Something's in the air. I can feel it everywhere. Every color seems to bloom, and there's light in every room. Now that you're looking up, I can see it in your eyes that lately it's been tough. But now the sun is rising, and when you people
click, chat lights up. Boarding passes all in the cup. Late gate change, but we still vibe. From pushback baby to climb and glide. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Oh yeah. Soft mic check, call outs low. Tiny model on the window. Tiny map over ocean blue. Chatting first class, riding with the crew. Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands, camera on the sky. We chase that silver sunrise on a Sunday. Let the miles go drifting by. Spy flight, every hop a story. From cloud to quiet contra line. We're cruising through the pages of the Atlas. One calm crosswind at a time. Long haul lullaby, coffee in your hand. Tailwind in the numbers, crossing every land. If your day feels heavy, come and ride this view. We'll trade one night of worries for a sky in midnight blue. Hey! Spy flight, rolling down the runway. Smooth hands.
757 Spy Flight. Hope you had a good Tuesday and a Wednesday. I think that this is a really cool little airplane museum that they have here on the ground at Salzburg. Hop in your airplane. It's flying time. Welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming on in today. An awful lot to see actually here at the Salzburg airport, isn't there? Nico, yeah, I don't think it's the music has gotten louder. I think that my voice is getting a little bit softer. But thank you for pointing that out. I'll try and monitor that a little better. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you're doing pretty good. Are the alerts on? Let me turn on some alerts. I do have a couple of thank yous to say. But thank you for saying so, JSG Droid. We also, I've got Frankie Stat and Rayduck and Irvi did resubs just a little bit ago. So Frankie Stat has been here for 45 months, 40 months for Redo 76. I hope I'm saying that right. And Irvi's been here for 42 months. Irvi, thank you so much. And JSG Droid just gifted 20 subs to the community. Hey, JSG Droid, thank you for gifting some subs to the community. Yeah, the 35% off sale, I think they are going to do it today and tomorrow. So I don't know how it is that all of that kind of got started and stuff. I think it's a summer sale that they normally do. But it's like, okay, that's really nice of them, and I'm grateful for that Twitch is doing that, but I'm also grateful that you're doing that too. So thank you for helping me to keep my silly little world going here and the Spy Flights going. And thank you for being into the Spy Flight and also helping me to keep all this going. So thank you for being here. We do have an interesting flight today. It's not a real VATSIM event. I know normally we like to go and do a big VATSIM event for the first flight, but this is one of those really cool challenges. And by the way, that was not just a simple like 5 subs. JSG Droid gifted 20 of them. I mean 20 subs. That was huge. A new month and a new budget. Well, thank you for including me in on your budget and being one of the main supporters of the channel and me and my silly little world here. You're helping me keep the coffee hot here and my voice going. So again, you know, when it's time for me to sit down and pay the rent, I'm grateful that, you know, this little thing is going and you're a big part of that. So thank you. RAF Plays is here. Happy Thursday, Espresso Kate. We went and did a flight into Edmonton a few weeks ago. Kate was doing ATC. Got to tell you, it was very, very pro ATC, Kate. Thank you for jumping in and doing ATC there. Tomb Trekker, that's a pretty good name on Twitch. That's a really good name on Twitch. Hey, Rich on Wheels, good to see you. RAF has some great news. Okay, this is a big deal. Okay, so RAF Plays for the past, I think it's about 3 weeks now, has been coming into chat very patiently saying, man, I'm having a hard time getting Microsoft Flight Simulator going. I'm just really working hard and, you know, trying to play by the rules and get them to, you know, do all the things that they need to do. And it's been a long process. It was like, I think it was 3 weeks, RAF. But congratulations on sorting through that and getting back into the sim and not having to buy it all over again. I'm really impressed. That's so. I mean, so much of us would just give up and say, okay, fine, I'll buy it again. Way to stick with it. So way to go there. Happy Thursday to YouTube Trekker. Thank you for being in here. Yeah, absolutely. Espresso Kate, it was really good. I'm going to assume that it was the coffee talking, right? Because we love our coffee here. I've got a little EasyJet here. I did sign on as an EasyJet, but one of the things we learned last week when we were talking about this flight is EasyJet has actually several different call signs. In Europe, in and around Europe and the UK. And so really we should be top Swiss, I think would have been the call sign for this particular flight that we're doing. And I actually went back to look and see there really wasn't really wasn't an exact route match here for Salzburg to Split. But I figured we were talking about Salzburg, so I just put the two of them together like that. So that worked out pretty good. Also, I looked for a vintage, a historic flight for America West Express, because America West Express used to fly Fokker 70s. And I put together Phoenix to Telluride because that was an America West Express route back in the day. They did not fly the Fokker 70 on it, but there we go. It's also Toronto Thursdays. We haven't been to Toronto in a while. So that's what we got going on there. RAF is now finally getting to fly to Gatwick. Congratulations again on sticking with that. That's right, MG King. If you've got an unusual, unique problem and customer service isn't there to help you out, that's a hard way to go, isn't it? Sunjammer just jammed on in. Thanks for coming by. By the way, if you are having a hard time with the new Just Flight Fokker 70 and Fokker 100, I did do a cold and dark video on Tuesday, uploaded it Wednesday, and it's over. So if you want to see what all the buttons are that I'm pushing, you know, and be able to hit stop and start and rewind and everything else, please, you can go over and find that, and that should be over there. And I think thanks to, thanks to Frankie Stat, Redux, Irvi, and JSG Droid, there was just a level 6 hype train, which is kind of a big deal. Thank you for such great support, just popping on out. It is a whole new month there. So thank you for the whole new month of support. And, you know, another great month of just let's go and explore the world and find cool new things to see and everything else. By the way, every now and then you hear us talking about are we going to pop over to the Schloss Adler? I was just going to bring that up, Sunjammer. This is an airport that is, if you want to go and visit the Where Eagles Dare Castle, this is a great airport to fly into. And I believe it's this canyon. So what you do is you take off from the airport and you head off into that canyon right there, which takes you down the river and down the railroad tracks to the small town of Werfen. And in Werfen, that's where the famous castle from Where Eagles Dare are. And extra points to Sunjammer for actually typing in the correct for Schloss Adler, I think. For that. So that was really pretty good. Let's see, some choo-choos from JSG Droid. RAF, it's been a while since you've flown. Oh, don't worry, you're fine. You'll pick it up. And speaking of new resubscribers, Rusty just resubscribed for 40 months. Wow, some of those numbers are big. Thank you for that. Yeah, just due south of the airport, right, Sunjammer? It really is. It's due south. There's a rail line that goes right there. There's a stop. In fact, I think it's the stop that Clint Eastwood and Richard Burton, you know, I think they blew up the station there, right? So, JSG Droid says there is a new head bop emote. Is that something new in Twitch? It's a cat head bop? Well, cats like to do that, right? So, I haven't seen that one yet. But that is kind of a cool new thing that's just come out. There's some new emotes that are popping up. Also should tell you, if you are watching on Twitch, Twitch has upped some ads just a little bit. Economy's down a little bit, so you might notice an extra a few ads each hour. Sorry. Hopefully the economy gets a little bit better and those go away. Also, I did read preliminary read. YouTube is going to start making some changes to members pricing. I looked in and it looks like probably 80% of you, if you're a member on YouTube, nothing's going to change. But about 15 to 20% in some other countries, because they're trying to do an international pricing thing with memberships, That's going to bump up a little bit, I think. So I just, and they said, hey, you ought to say something at some point. So that's going on. Yeah, it's really not that far, Sunjammer. And in fact, if you go over to YouTube and do a search for Mark Felton and Where Eagles Dare, you'll see Mark Felton's video on landing here at Salzburg and going down and being a tourist around the Castle Hohenwerfen. So there you go. But it's 25 miles south. This would actually be a trip if I ever got to travel and stuff I would want to go and do. Just to go and visit that place. Loviz, I thought you were in Mexico City. Hey, Loviz, thanks for the resub. Welcome aboard, 53 months. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by today. Martin, good to see you. Yeah, Loviz, I thought it was vacation time. Sorry, Morgsco, welcome to you. Hey, shall we get going here? Oh, it's Thursday. Hang on. Maybe it's another Thursday, not this Thursday, huh? Because I thought it was Thursday. Loviz, thanks for coming by. Welcome aboard. But is it next one? Let's see. Idle Fury just did a resub. Wow, today's resub day. My gosh, thank you for a 48-month resub and really nice. Next Thursday, gotcha. Okay, so you're on a trip. Polyot's on a trip. I think there's just one other spy is taking a trip. It's 3 people are going on trips. So you hope it's not today, because the to-do list all of a sudden got a lot longer, right? It got a lot longer, I'm guessing. Uh-oh, I just got a text message. What have I done? Let's see. The pool's open and the hot tub's open. So, shall we just take the little camera down to the hot tub and just do hot tub streaming for the day? Okay, let's get going. So, we are here, and this is EasyJet, and we're going to pop on in here. No jetways here. So one of the things that we could do, I knew I was forgetting something. I forgot to check to see if GSX had an update. GSX doesn't have an update. Okay. Let's go and operate stairs. Let's get some stairs. We'll just use Austrian. Okay, so we're gonna get some stairs over here. Hey stairs, okay, here come our stairs. Good. Let's see. We're going to go to Phoenix, and let's go to import from SimBrief. This should be our flight. Now, I have not gone and checked the latest arrivals. So, we want to do the circle to land. The winds right now are 040 at 12 knots. So, the big question is, can we do the circle to land here? Hey, Captain, sort of. Okay, you're going through Frankfurt to München with Lufthansa on Sunday, and there's lots of what are they? There's lots of what's the word? Travel plans going on here. So, Captain Sort of, safe travels to you. Hydrospace just did a resub. Hi, Hydrospace. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for subscribing. And Loviz, Hydrospace has been here for 38 months. Thanks for 38 months. And Loviz just gifted some subs to the community. Hey, thank you. Yeah, if you're into gifting, today and tomorrow, I think that's the last day of their summer sale. So is that CT Aviation? Thank you for being a member over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Remember, that's also where you can go and get the morning weather and flight video that I do each day that we fly. Most days that we fly. Sometimes things become a little chaotic and it doesn't happen. Okay, so come on over here. I'm going to get this goofy guy off camera a second. This is Navigraph charts, and I've just loaded in the tab for LDSP, Split Airport. So first of all, we can check the weather. And there's the wind 040 at 12 knots. Great. Ceiling and visibility. Great. That's good news. Now let's go over to info and runways. And now what we can see is what the deal is as far as winds. Right now it's 12 knot. It would be a 12 knot tailwind to do the circle to land. Now there's no ATC, and these are just pixel planes, so any bumps in the planes will just buff out and stuff, right? But you can see that runway 23 is probably not the best bet at the moment. Now over here for split, if you take a look, we've got a really cool visual circle to land. This is the one that we're talking about doing today, so that one really might be kind of a nice one to do. And it's a single runway kind of a deal, so the visual to runway 23 might be entertaining. And if there's no ATC, well, you know, if there's no ATC, you know what that means, right? The cat's away, the mice go and do that, you know, circle to land kind of a deal. So that's where we are at the moment, right? That's where we are at the moment. 1 day left. That's what I thought. Yeah, 1 day left. Hate Rats says today is Happy UFO Day. Really? So should we all get our Commander Straker stuff going on? I didn't know there was a special day for UFOs, or as Commander Straker would say, UFOs. Okay, and I'm talking about an old TV show here. Let's do Phoenix and ground services. I'm going to do a forward door, and we'll open up cargo. All right, so looks good. Oh, we have back stairs too. So let's open up the back door too. So today is UFO Day. And let's go ahead and do power on the plane. And here comes the plane power. Aloha, there's Polyot. Welcome aboard. Mahalo for coming by. Well, I already messed up Loviz's travel plans. Are you on your way to a super secret spy island today, or is that not for a while? All right, here comes our airplane popping on. It was 79 years ago today that the Roswell crash happened. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right, so it was 79 years ago. Cool. All right, everything's coming on in here. Everybody thinks it was a UFO. I'm convinced it was a UFO. I mean, if it wasn't a UFO, why would we have not? I mean, we've got Skydiver, we got a base on the moon, we got satellites, we've got the space intruder detection satellites, all of that stuff. We saw it on UFO, right? So they've got to be real. Ah, the trip is tomorrow. Aha. Well, we have all sorts of fun for you today. All sorts of fun for today. Let's see. So everything's looking good. I'm just going to go and bump my throttles a bit, make sure they work. They do. And let's go and do flight management guidance. GPS primary is lost. ATSU and air operations. Connecticut Aviation is here. SimWorks Studios is making a Dash 8 for 2024. Really? I haven't heard about that one yet. I know that there was a little chat over the past few days on over on Discord about Dash 8s. DC Gerd, good evening back from Belgium. I hope it is nice in Belgium tonight. It actually looks like it's fairly pleasant across the EU. Lots of high pressure. It's a little bit warm for sure, but it looks like it's not so bad. Maybe not as hot as it has been. Yeah, we've been waiting for that Majestic for quite a while, haven't we? It's probably going to take some time. Remember, Majestic has they do a lot of other things. Let's see, we'll go pop that in. I'm going to resend the load sheet. You know, I should probably snag a chart or two here too. Okay, here is Lowe's. Alu has been watching for 3 straight streams. Welcome back in. Okay, airport. I'll snag parking. We should already have our departures, which are going to be the departures for runway 15. So SID departures runway 15. And we're going to do the Verta to Bravo departure. Verta to Bravo. I know it's 10,000 feet, so we don't need to look it up there. Let's start loading the plane. Okay, so init page, nope, not page B. Loviz did a flight in the updated L1011, and it was quite nice. Yeah, apparently, and Loviz had a link over on Discord. I'm gonna send that over to you because the big deal for all of this is the L1011 was only in the marketplace, but now you can go and transfer that into AnyBuilds because it's an AnyBuilds airplane, and you'll get your updates a little bit faster through the AnyBuilds. I haven't gotten done my order transferred yet, but that's a good place to go and get those things done. Let's see, our flight number and our wind. Loviz says it's also pretty easy to do. So you can go and get your airplane all updated quickly. Okay, that looks really good. Irvy's got homemade lasagna with garlic tonight. Ooh, that sounds good. And a nice healthy side salad. I'll tell you what, lasagna is one of those, it's like pizza. It's one of those favorite foods that's just always super duper tasty, right? And let's come on up here and do nav. And nav, and nav, and crew supply of oxygen, and that looks good. Ooh, lasagna does sound good tonight. Okay, that looks really good. Our cost index is 9, excuse me. SimBrief has got me going all the way up to flight level 390 today. Super high. Jim wants the end of hay fever season. Yeah, it's been bad today. I'm on one of those beverages. Let's see. Might as well skip the tea. Are you skipping tea? Garlic bread for tea. Irvy wants sides. Cider. Yeah, cider is good. 52.36 is 52.4. 52.4. Whoops. 4 and slash. And page 2, our center of gravity with 110 passengers is 27.9. And I'm going to accept that and return. And we'll pop that in, and that goes there. Garlic bread for tea is a British thing. Oh, it is. Garlic bread for tea. So you may have to unpack that for us, Irvy. Instead of having tea, you're going to have garlic bread, or it's something else that we're not seeing. All right, let's do pilot brief and do our fuel budget really fast. Let's see. Tea is dinner. Oh, okay, tea is dinner. Gotcha. Tea is dinner. I was definitely going to try and tee up a little joke about that, but that would have turned it into a golf joke, and you know. In the northeast of the UK, tea is what most would call your evening meal. Okay. And tea is what everybody else calls dinner. So, the evening meal would be tea. Well, for tea tonight, I have got a chicken soup with rice, vegetables, and I'm also putting lemon juice in it to see what that's going to be like. So tea tonight is going to be me experimenting with chicken and rice and veggies and lemon juice for in the soup. I figured it would taste good. It's starting to get a little bit warm here at Spy HQ. It says 78, but it's a little bit warm here today. So definitely, thinking, I want something a little cooler. A chill food. Let's see. Irvy calls lunch dinner. Dinner is lunch. That makes sense. In some places, they call lunch dinner, and dinner is tea. I was thinking that too. So I was thinking the afternoon tea was something, but okay. Lemon orzo soup. That's kind of Flocala. I think that is the recipe I think that's what it says on top of the recipe that I'm trying to make. Are we flying into the Friday night ops? So I haven't looked at Friday. For 4th of July flights, we have Boston and Philadelphia. So we go from the Boston Tea Party over to Liberty, the Liberty Bell, and where they first signed the Declaration of Independence and a few things. Liberty Hall, I think, is the one that was there. You remember the one that was in the Nicolas Cage movie, right? Yeah, lemon orzo soup. That's what I'm trying to make here. Okay, let's do taxi or we're never going to get out of here. 0.150. 0.150. 15 minutes. 0.647. 0.647. Alternate is 1.48. Final is 0.995. And fuel planning is groovy green, so that looks good. Polyod says it's the 4th of July pre-party Friday night ops. DCA IAD BWI. Maybe we'll fly into Dulles or something. It does sound like a ground stop going out, though. It really does. It sounds like a ground stop for sure. Okay, Lowe's, departure. SimBrief in its wisdom says runway 15. We are expecting the Verta to Bravo departure. Verta to Bravo and insert. Coming into LDSP, our arrival, we have, instead of runway 5, we would like, I think it's the RNAV Victor. I think it's the RNAV Victor. Is what we want to go into runway 23. Our star is Nupso 1 Zulu. Actually, I think we want the Nupsi 3 Yankee, though. I'm going to go for the 3 Yankee and insert. I think that's what we want. I was kind of thinking that, you know, some of the places, because it sounds like ground stop central, you know, I figured Boston was a good one because, you know, if we time it all right, we might see some fireworks and stuff, and then fireworks in Philly. Yeah, we're not doing the other run. Oh, JSG Droid, you mean for departure? The departure runway is changed? So we should plan runway 33. Hi, Nikki Fizz. Welcome in. Okay, probably ought to go and see. JSG Droid says maybe a runway change is in order for the departure. So airport charts. This is a single runway airport. So runway 33 for departure. Let's see what we have over here. We're gonna do Phoenix, flights, weather. Wind right now is 290 at 5. So Navigraph says 33 is not used. You're gonna go to 15? Okay, we'll stick with 15. On the 4th, which is Saturday, the whole country is up. Yeah, we can go any place. And we can do anything. The FNO will be ground stop central, in which case just stream a scene of painted wall drawing. Okay, I can do that. I've got that extra camera I can use. Hi, Brother Gaming. Welcome aboard. By the way, if you're starting to do allergy medication, you know, anti-drool medication and stuff like that for anti-drooling medication for your allergies, it tends to dry you out a little bit, so be a little extra hydrated. Monica's over on YouTube. Hi, Monica. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. All right, let's do final load sheet and try and do the circle to land in split. So load sheet, 52.3, 52.3. So I did a little too much rounding. 27.8. Sorry. It's going to be like that for a few months now. And so both of those had to change. Airplane says 4.8 tons fuel. I did 6.32. 6.32.
Subscriber confirmed.
Looking good.
Top clearance granted. Agent.
Skippy just did a nice
Loyalty
resub.
noted.
Thanks, Skippy. Hey, thank you for the resub and thanks for being here for 2 months. It's a big deal. Thanks for hanging around. It must mean the jokes aren't as bad as I thought they were. In case anyone missed it, there's a link for the funny UFO day. Flyer Studios, if you put that in over at Discord, I'll pop it out there for you. Thanks. Let's see, what else can we do? Let's come on over here and do ground stuff. So, stairs are gone. Let's get GSX to prepare us for prepare for pushback and departure. That should get rid of the stairs. All right, let's do some cabin signs. APU is available. External power.
Ready for pushback.
We certainly are. All right, fuel pumps going on. GPU can disconnect. Parking brakes are on. Chocks and cones can disconnect. Let's do departure perf real fast. Calculate. Oh, got to do the load sheet and the weather.
Bypass pin inserted.
10204 altimeter. Calculate. Okay, so all of that looks good. All right, so 1-5, so we're going to push back with noses, nose to the north,
Locking gear.
nose to the right, tail to the left. There go the stairs. Got a Eurowings over there. We're going to need to wait for the Eurowings. We might push right into them. And that's never good. We're going to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Looks like a really nice evening tonight in Salzburg. And there they go. Let's do the bacon. Beacon is on. Somebody should start squawking something. And away we go. I did use, yeah, I figured I was a little worried.
Engines clear.
I was worried, Polyot, that they might not get it. That VATSIM wouldn't get Top Swiss or anything, so I simplified it down. I yapped about it a little bit at the beginning of the live stream because, you know, Top Swiss I thought sounded cool. I just didn't know that VATSIM would be ready for us. That's the only reason. I chickened out for simplicity's sake. The mountain in the back reminds Flyer Studios of Rio down in Brazil. They've got a few hills here. And as I said, you know, the Castle of the Eagles is just south of here. Sunjammer did the mileage. Pretty quick with the chicken sound there, Irvy. It's all IC cow based. Everybody in Europe knows it. And the ATC client tells the controller, really? You mean the ATC client tells the controllers all those things, but we have to memorize it all, huh? It tells them that?
Unlocking gear.
Well, I'm going to stop being such... Okay. No, thank you for telling me. I didn't think... I figured they have to... Because I've had to explain some of my call signs in the past. Hi, Ontario Bear. 31 hours and no power. Ugh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Why do we start an engine? Start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. Ontario Bear's been here for 15 streams. So the ATC client tells the controllers the call sign. Jeez. And I've got to memorize it all. It tells them the only times it gets iffy is when they've changed AOCs over the... Well, probably, and maybe the thing that...
Left is clear.
It's probably me having to explain, you know, what Clipper is and stuff like that, right? Because, you know, if I'm flying a vintage flight, which I'm doing more of, like Air Berlin, the Air Berlin flights with the Fokker would actually have been Germania, which is, I believe, GMI. But, you know, so there you go. Bryler Gaming has a new electric guitar last week, and you can, I can now play your favorite string. It's the G string. I thought you were gonna talk about a new musical career or something like that. Got me on that one. I thought that was I didn't see that joke coming at all. I didn't see that joke at all. Well done. Let's see. They're all in a database. That EWG isn't announcing departure off of 15, holding short of 3-3. Okay. It is nice scenery. Euroscope 100% has all of the call signs. Cool. Well, now that we know that, I'll stop chickening out on that, because you took the time to type out that there's actually 3 versions of EasyJet. There's EasyJet, there's Swiss, and there was one other one. So I will not do. I'll then know that they did that. It also has a database of approved VA call signs too. Really? Okay, I think we got a good start on engine number 1. Starting 2. Hardjet, that's right, there's Hardjet too. It's not just easy. That Alpine, that's the one. Alpine I also thought was a really cool one. If we were going down to the small little airstrip near Hohenwerfen, Cracker, welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Yeah, I mean, if there's an EasyJet, there should be a Hardjet, right? Actually, Bryler Gaming did indeed get an electric guitar, a Yamaha Pacifica 12 Red. Now you have to learn how to play it. You know, congratulations on a really cool new adventure. I mean, you know, getting to do some new music or something like that is going to be really neat for you. Fun fact, EasyJet Europe was the first AOC launch that you ever did as an aerospace lawyer. Really? Do they get to have like a launch party and stuff like that, or is it just kind of, you know, business and technical stuff that you have to worry about, and after it's all done, you say, great, that's done, I'm going to go and do something else? It's not probably not as much fanfare as there would be coming into like, you know, getting a new airplane. I was going to look over here again. The altimeter is 1020. 1020. 1020. And I'm going to do this backup altimeter. Uh-oh. I think it okay, so with the latest update with Microsoft Flight Simulator, it turned on AI. It turned on AI stuff. It also changed a bunch of other settings too. So the DLSS anti-aliasing. I usually do TAA on Stormy, because any of the other ones means all of the numbers are blurry. All of the numbers are blurry, and the only time that I want blurry numbers is when there's brew in the cockpit. Well, it was done due to Brexit, so it was more of a thank F that's over. Yeah, that really was an uncertain time. I think I saw, it was probably something, I think it was Deutsche Welle did a, like a 30-minute thing over on YouTube about Brexit, 10-year look back at Brexit. Deutsche Welle is, I believe, like public broadcasting in Germany. Out we go. Flaps are going to be 1. I didn't do any of my preparations for taxiing. I just started taxiing. Man, I'm just kind of winging it today. You can get the fix. I just go back to TAA. I just go back to TAA in Stormy, and that seems to do it. Flyer Studios, is there something better to do? And JSG Droid says this is a cool departure. Dad Game Time is just here. Hi, Dad Game Time. It's a great... I didn't know they did travel videos, Captain Sort of. There was a time I could do something called DLSS Swapper. I think there goes the Euro Wings. Polyot says it's a little bit blurry, but not that bad. Dad Game Time, don't worry about that. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. So I also ended up having to go to 2 separate places to turn off AI traffic and all. But once I got that off, it was pretty cool. But yeah, Captain Sort of, I actually really like Deutsche Welle. Tried to get a job with them a few years ago. I think I'm too old. You put a picture on the Popcorn and Pages channel? I'll look for that. Ground proximity warning system will be going crazy on departure. You know what? I think that because there's like mountains around here, we should turn on terrain radar. Let's turn on terrain radar. Oh, that's scary. This actually is a cool little airport. Jim says that this is a fun takeoff in the A321. It looks like a nice circle to land. The one we're gonna do? Oh yes. This is a good one. Salzburg traffic easy 441 is an A319 taxiing to runway 15, Salzburg. Dad game to, oh yeah, the terrain radar is even more entertaining in Innsbruck. Okay, I think we're all ready to go. Ecamm checklist is green. Loviz found a profile for the... Oh, no, I didn't want that actually. I wanted this. A profile for the Airbus Autopilot. An Airbus Autopilot. So that you can use that with the Fokker 100 and the Fokker 70. I do have Katie Pilot going. Yeah, Katie Pilot's running. Oh, it's not the Katie Pilot app. It's me. It's me. I have an extra button. So I've got the Stream Deck, and it's got buttons for music, vPilot, simulator, and a web browser. And I can turn them on and off, and I usually start the live stream with them all off, just, you know. Salzburg traffic, hello again. Easy 441 is taxiing onto runway 15 and departing on the Vidra 2 Bravo departure, Salzburg. Let's go. I know, amateur streamers, that's me. Landing lights all ready to go. Final cabin call. Usually before I start off, so one of the things that I'll do is like I make sure that, you know, my web browser, the audio is just flat out turned off in case, you know, I'm foolishly click on a link that I probably shouldn't click on and a copyrighted song pops up. I mean, that's almost enough to cost you, you know, all sorts of trouble. So I always make sure that I get that done. All right, are we ready to rumble? Landing lights. Let's come on over here. I've forgotten something. I've forgotten something. I don't know what. Let's just go. It's a simulator airplane. We're not gonna crash, right? Throttles up halfway. Engine stabilizing. Elapsed timer running. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. And we got a big mountain in front of us, so we have to... Did I do my homework? Homework on days off? I did remember what that one guy is supposed to mean. I just thought it was sort of like a meh kind of a thing. V1, rotate. And if it weren't for the copyright police, I would be playing the opening theme song from Where Eagles Dare now. Just 'cause. Lever climb, thrust climb. Turn. Turn. There we go. Perfect. T-Bird has arrived. Hi, T-Bird. We're just getting started. Passengers getting a beautiful view of Salzburg. I know, really great sunset departure. No need for an autopilot yet, right? Who needs an autopilot?
We recommend.
Oh my gosh, and I think that's the canyon that you go down to the town of Werfen, for Castle Hohenwerfen. A long time ago, we took the Junkers down the castle. Down and flew the castle. Maybe we didn't do it. Maybe that's some... No, I don't think we would have done that with Mint. I did get to do one flight with Mint. She basically, because there's one of the Junkers that is in German. So the whole cockpit is in German. So she basically did a flight for us all and translated. Because Mint is actually pretty impressive. I think she speaks 5 languages. Maybe it's up to 6, including Chinese. And flight level 390 will just allow the airplane to do the climb and enjoy the views. Alpha 3 uniform, welcome aboard. And we've actually got speed constraints on this one. They don't want us going too fast, because there are some fairly tight turns going out of here. Mint got a really cool job, a real world translating job. And just, doing real world stuff. And flaps can go up. I think that also, it was cool for a while, but I think after a while, if you're a young, attractive woman live streaming, it probably gets a little bit tedious in some cases. And flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed, landing gear is up, everything looks good. And let's do landing lights, nose light, cabin call, altimeters,
reinforcements incoming.
And all of that
More
looks
agents
good.
joining the spy flight.
And looking great. And we should also do standard altimeter here. There we go. And on our way. We just got a raid from Arch NDA. Hi, Arch. Carlwyn just came in from New Zealand. Welcome, Carl. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Arch, welcome aboard. I hope things are great in Archland. And that you had an overarching great live stream. I'm trying to come up with some sort of a Arch joke today, but the only one I could probably do is Arches National Park, which is at the beginning of the Indiana Jones movie, but that's about it. And you're nowhere near Utah, right? So good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Alpha 3 Uniform got the wind control AGP landing gear panel with an ECAM. The hardware and setup was rocket science. Really? Haven't heard that one yet. Carlwyn is going to do an Air New Zealand ATR to Queenstown. And we continue the climb. Everything's good. Arch, it was a great trip up to Washington State, and then back down to San Diego. Good old San Diego. One of the best approaches ever. It's an RNAV. You come in low over some hills and then have to land out over the ocean. No ILS. Nikki has been to Arches National Park. Did you have your Indiana Jones hat when you went to Arches National Park? It's a real life holiday. You haven't been there in some years, so you're going to Queenstown, huh? We've got all sorts of folks getting ready to start real world holidays. See, we got one spy going to a secret spy island out in the Caribbean, so we'll literally have a pilot of the Caribbean out there. Somebody's going to Mexico City. You're going to Queenstown, so really cool places. This was before Indiana Jones. Boy, that was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And our little S-turn departure was really good out of Salzburg. Next flight, Phoenix to Telluride in the Fokker F70, America West Express. I did look it up. America West Express did fly the Fokker 70 from Des Moines to Vegas, Des Moines to Phoenix, Spokane to Phoenix, Vegas to Des Moines, Phoenix to Des Moines, and Phoenix to Spokane. I figured Phoenix to Telluride was a lot more entertaining. So that's why I went and did that. And it's AWE for America West Express. Blue is going to go to Oshkosh this year. You're getting a flight in the B-29? No kidding. I hope that they let you take a camera and you can share some pictures of your B-29 flight from Oshkosh over on Discord. Love to see what you get to see. And there we go over there. And be sure when you do go there that you get one of those, oh gosh, I went to Oshkosh shirts. I don't know if there is one. That's just, I always think, oh gosh, I went to Oshkosh. Strange. Let's see, Diamond Mike from Boston is here. It's 100 degrees in Boston. Diamond Mike says you could cook a steak on the ground today. I don't suggest that. Begosh. Yeah, begosh. Well, we've also for Oshkosh, I didn't plan ahead well enough last year, and I've got to plan ahead this year so that we can all do. There is a big VATSIM event for Oshkosh, and some of the real-world Oshkosh controllers use the VATSIM event to sort of get all frosty and ready to go for their real controlling that they're going to be doing. And this is an incredible VFR type event. You fly small airplanes in there, and basically you don't respond to them. When they describe your airplane, they tell you, okay, there's a Cessna 172 with blue stripes up there, waggle your wings at me. And so you go like this because you stay off the radio, and then they say, okay, you land on the blue spot, because they will land several airplanes on several runways. It's an really unusual event, and it's the way they do it in the real world too. And it's one though that does require a little bit of, pre-preparation. You gotta remember what the rules are. I mean, it's a completely different kind of flying altogether. So there you go. And all of this looks good, so let's do seatbelts. There's seatbelts. Okay, so I was gonna go and start getting ready for the next flight. And I was gonna go and do saved airframes. I was just gonna change Fokker 70. I should have America West, and it's AWE, America West Express. I wanted to make sure that I had the correct call sign in there, because we have an America West Express livery, so I wanted that ready to go. All right, and here we go. All down to Croatia. They're making an animal version of the movie Aliens. Apparently Sigourney Beaver will be the lead role. Oh darn, that was supposed to be the other sound, not the scary we're all gonna die sound. I didn't know that, Martin. Sigourney Beaver? Oh man. Well, I wonder if they'll get Sigourney Weaver to voice the part. She's got a sense of humor. I think she'd love it. Hi, Abelars. Or is that a joke? Did I just fall for another joke? Man, I'm falling for jokes all over the place today. Maybe I should just go with the "We's Gonna Die" sound from Threads. All right, all of this looks good. And we're gonna come over here. And we don't need these. And we're gonna go and grab the arrival. Let's see if we actually get the arrivals here. So there's stars for, I think we need an RNAV star for runway 23. There we go. And this should bring us in from Nupso. There's Nupso. We're going to come around here. And did we do 1 X-ray or 2 Yankee? I think we did. Flight plan. Arrival. We did the Nupso 3 Yankee. Okay, so we've already got that loaded in. So 3, no. I have a 2 Yankee. Nupso. That's not it. Good afternoon. Welcome back, Viper Strike. So we got the one X-ray. The one X-ray brings us out here. Lassel. That's and 4,000 feet. So that's correct. And then it's a visual approach. It's the visual. I loaded in the RNAV. So I loaded in the RNAV, but Abelard says I need to do an Airbus hat. Yes. And Laxel is right there, and there's the turn. Okay, just like we were looking at over there. Airbus hat. Got it. Thank you. All right, minimums. Minimums are 2,000 feet. Minimums are 2,000 feet. Airport ground, there's no taxiway here. So we're going to try and catch 2, 3, and around. Okay, I think we've got everything we need. And the climb is going good. Performance, 39 miles to top of climb. Let's see. What do you call a sleepy cow? A bulldozer. Signature Baby is in chat. You're switching channels like you're switching radio stations. Supernatural Baby, welcome aboard. I don't know. There's nothing unusual. We're always, spies always get together about this time on Twitch and YouTube. It's the super secret spy hangout. Gwen Congola says that Split is lovely. It looks like a really cool coastal town, Gwen Congola. And this all looks good. We're 1 to 2.8. Looking fine. I had the 737 MAX planned for our flight into Toronto. We could look and see if there are any Fokker flights. So there's the America West. Let's go and turn that off. Let's do the 100 for the other one. And let's do any arrival. So let's go CYYZ and see if there were any Fokker flights that came in. I usually like to keep them to about 2 hours, refresh the table. American Airlines did a Fokker 100 flight from Chicago or LaGuardia. So do we want to depart out of LaGuardia or Chicago today? Please don't say Chicago until we get the new scenery. I would do banana split jokes, but I'd be afraid that people listening might split aside laughing. Sounded better in my head. Sorry. Yeah, somebody's making a new Chicago, but it's not ready yet. And until it is, I kind of just don't want to go to Chicago. The taxi routes are such a mess. 35,000 feet. Jim likes LaGuardia. I wonder if anybody will use the garbage word on the radio if we go to LaGuardia. KLGA, right? LaGuardia. LaGuardia to Toronto in the F100 for American Airlines. Chicago on VATSIM should be a cargo. Cargo works, yeah. Exponent's right. If you do want to go to Chicago, I definitely suggest that for sure. The DMV told Abelars I need specs when I drive now. What brand are these? These? These are like really, really old. I had these other, hi dogs, good to see you, Phoenix to Toronto. These are like really, really old. When I started live streaming, So when I was working, I had these progressive, bifocal things, and it just didn't work with the It worked great in an office environment with, a keyboard and a computer. It was perfect. But my monitor sits up a little higher and I'm a little further back. So those glasses, which are, a lot newer than these, just did not work with the flight sim. So I dug these old things out. And to give you an idea of how old these glasses are, they're older than Harry Potter. I got these before Harry Potter became a thing. So I had Harry Potters before Harry Potter. Brother Gaming, why couldn't the ice cream find the banana? Because it had split. Hi Zach, hi AI Creations, welcome aboard. Viper Strike is back. Abelar's is really old, 68 years. Yeah, I'm starting to get there too. On the other hand, it's still feeling not a day over 35, so I'm still relatively lucky. About the biggest impact that I've got is I don't sleep as good as I used to, and there's some foods that I just can't eat anymore. But other than that, everything's pretty much normal. Or in my case, Abby normal, but there you go. And we're at our final cruising altitude. A very easy cockpit here. Lots of orange in this airplane. Zach wants to do airplane jokes, but it won't take off. It isn't the takeoff part, Zach. When it comes to airplane jokes, it's the landing. Abelar's feels like 21 years old. Look at all the EasyJet stuff up here. Diamond Mike, thank you. Welcome in. All right, here we go. We are 98 miles from top of descent. So we go to Phoenix. We come over here. We do arrival and we do refresh. Dad Game Time says, do you know why people like bananas? Because they have a lot of appeal. Zach likes the Phoenix A320. It's probably one of the most stable, complete, in-depth airplanes in the sim. There are a lot of them that I think are a close second, but this one's still the top of the game for me, and I really enjoy it a lot.
Subscriber confirmed.
Planet
Top
Coops is back with a nice resub. Hey, Planet
Loyalty
Coops, thanks for the nice resub. Thank you for a 65-month resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. And good to see you. Thank you for a resub and helping me to keep my silly little world going. JSG Droid, I am planning. So for the arrival, I've got the RNAV Visual 2.3 loaded in. So this is the RNAV Visual. So you pick it up at Lassel at 4,000 feet. And then you are going to continue from 4,000 feet and at Nurat, N-U-R-A-T, Nurat, you're at 3,000 feet. So there's 3,000 feet at Nurat, and then you start your turn at Rorka. And so that's kind of what you got there. Diamond Mike just became a channel member over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Diamond Mike, I really try to do that. I appreciate it. I think that, you're not the only one that faces some dark times and stuff. So I really do appreciate, that was a super chat, not a membership. Thank you for doing a super chat. That was nice of you. But thank you for saying so, but don't feel like it's just you at dark times. There's a lot of folks that are going through some hard stuff. But thank you so much for helping. Every little bit helps. Thanks. So we've got, this is the arrival. And you just kind of circle around. So at Rorka, you need to start your turn, and it says maximum speed 170 in the turn. So this is a slow it down fast kind of arrival. Okay, so let's do arrival data. Phase and phase. Good. 030 at 12. 030 at 12. Our temperature in Split is 27 degrees. The altimeter is 1012. Transition here, I'm going to put I think it's 011. No, 110. I mixed those up. Config 3. Config 3. So turn GPWS to flaps 3. And minimums, I think it's 2,000 feet. So minimums are 2,000 feet. Fogbound Turtles cat Graham is watching the live stream. Hi, Graham. Hey, Putty Putty. Hey, Putty Cat. Hi, Graham. Are you being a good putty? All right, I'll stop doing that right now. Ayo. I thought I saw Putty Cat, that thing. All right. Hi, Senor Tomas. Welcome aboard. It's 2,000 feet. Okay, all that looks good. Performance, 66 miles to top of descent. And our descent is going to be 4,000 feet at Lassel, 3,000 at New Rat. So let's just let it handle 3,000 feet. There we go. 3,000 feet. Zach had a hard couple of weeks too, and it's still a hard week. Yeah, a lot of folks are dealing with some scary stuff right now. Senor Tomas has a cat. See, they're lurking everywhere, right? Cats are everywhere. All right, I think we're ready to go. Okay, so American Airlines for LaGuardia. Did I set up? That's our third flight, and I think I've already got that set up over in SimBrief. So saved airframes again, and it is AAL. American Airlines. Yep, we already have a Fokker F100 already loaded in and ready to go. Already ready to go. Let's see. I think we've got a scenery. I know everybody in the EU is sweating like crazy. It's the same. The humidity index where Fogbound Turtle is 44 degrees Celsius. Wow. I hope that Graham is doing okay in the heat, you know, with that fur coat. All right, let's see. Do we have KLGA? Do we have a LaGuardia? We do. There is a LaGuardia scenery from MK Studios. Do I already have it loaded in by any chance? Yeah, MK Studios. We do have a LaGuardia. And MK Studios scenery is usually really good. It's 22.5 degrees inside. You have, yay, good. I'm glad you and your cat are doing good. Senor Tomas says it's over 90 degrees Fahrenheit in MKE and it's supposed to rain. So it's going to get sticky. No rain for us today. We had some rain the other few days, but not today. So none of that going on here. And by the way, if you're connecting with somebody in chat here and you're having a hard time and you're just having a hard time, chatting, you got stuff you want to talk, you can go to YouTube and you can have open up a smart, not YouTube, Discord. You can open up a private chat. So if you're chatting with somebody and you got stuff that you just don't want to say in front of the whole world, you can go over there and use any of those private chats over there. Mr. Jazz, hi, hello. We are jazzy today. Got a jazzy approach too. It should be entertaining. I'm going to just check my arrival again. It was different. My RNAV, it says RNAV to the Noopsy 3 Yankee. Do we really have a 3 Yankee up here? It should be 1 X-ray. Do I have a 1 X-ray? I'd rather do something I have a chart for. Noopsy 1 X-ray. Yeah, there's the 1 X-ray. Yeah, I do have it. Let's do Noopsy 1 X-ray instead. I think that's a better choice. The VIA is lasso. Let's connect the VIA just so that we're doing good. And insert. Heading track. And insert. Look up here. We are going to Noopso. So now direct to Noopso. Noopso and insert. And now we're back in LNAV. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're going through a hard time, doing it alone is twice as hard. So if you connect with somebody here in a spy flight, please use Discord, the spy Discord for stuff like that. Keith Scott is back here. The week went by fast. It is nearly the weekend. Welcome on in. Diamond Mike, yeah, I've been trying to do some new videos on YouTube, so I'm not going anywhere from Twitch. Twitch is the original home, staying right here. But it would also be helpful to go and do and grow on YouTube as well. So I'm trying to do both, but I'm not going to abandon one. JSG Droid, your approach entered a hold, and you had to delete it. Oh, did it do the hold for you? Really? Did it put a hold for me? At Lasso. Let's see if there's a hold for Lasso. Look at that. JSG Droid, it did mine too. It did that as well. I saw a Sunwing take off from Juliana. Bryler Gaming, Sunwing? I don't think we've heard about Sunwing before. Dad Game Time, there are changes in the climate for sure. There really are. Let's see. Ultra Ego is on a 75 consecutive stream streak. Already streaking going on today. Well, it's kind of hot for most of us, so streaking, I guess, is all right. Canuden wishes you had Twitch, but work blocks it. But YouTube is a good fallback for you. Hey, I'm glad. That's another good reason for being on both. Work blocks Twitch? That's not nice. Captain Chris, welcome aboard. I hope all is well with you. Are you on days off, early mornings, or evening shifts right now? Captain Chris does all three. 20 miles from top of descent. All right, the excitement is building. Next is a America West Express flight from Phoenix to Telluride in the F70 and LaGuardia to Toronto in the F100. So we've got all sorts of fucking around to do. It's evening shift, but almost done, an hour to go. Is it super steamy out on the ramp in, is it super steamy on the ramp in Frankfurt right now, Captain Chris? Hey Shrek Gaming, welcome aboard. I saw your advice at the end of the stream on Monday, and I did go to check to see if there was an update for the A350, and there wasn't one. So I guess we just had a WASM crash. They're gonna happen, right? I can also we've also got a bit of a plan here. The sky looks amazing tonight. It really does look nice. Sky Harbor to Telluride, and then KLGA to CYYZ. There we go. I think I've got the updated next command now. If you're looking for next flights. Almost time to start our descent. Jim, sadly the A350 flight, I was trying to change runways, and when I started changing runways, I had a WASM crash, and I just couldn't keep the airplane up in the air. It wouldn't work. We crashed about 20 miles from the runway. Pixels scattered all over the place, and then fake alligators started, you know, chomping on the remains. Easy Ops says no ADC required. Good. Let's turn off the top menu for now. TBM flight is moving along. Did the first ATC with say intentions yesterday, Santa Barbara to Monterey. That's a great way to keep it going. Captain Chris says it was 32 degrees Celsius out at Frankfurt. And descent. Split, Croatia, here we come. Let's get a little speed brake out. I was a little late on the descent, so it's trying to catch up. Back to constraints. Up, still speeding up, so we still need a little speed brake out there. Speed brakes are pretty amazingly modeled here, even underneath the wing. So the mechanism that drives the speed brakes are actually modeled in the wing here. And you see this long pipe, the darker gray pipe, that pipe there, that is the flap. So that's what extends your flaps. And then this is what extends the speed brakes. So watch, I'm going to put speed brakes down. See how the speed brakes are dropping? That is like, wow. Really amazing modeling here. Okay, let's bring the map click. Let's come down here and go to below on TCAS. Everything looks like we're set. I'm going to do auto brakes medium. Altimeter in split is 1012. 1012. Altimeter checked and set. Martel has just arrived. Welcome in, Martel. Hey, we're just going into split, trying to circle to land. This was the airplane that, okay. So this was the airplane Bryler Gaming was talking about, a real Sunwings airplane that just took off from Juliana. So that was that airplane. And I haven't heard of Sunwings before. Then again, I also do live in a cave, so there you go. And let's see. Over here, somebody was talking in chat about a new guitar, Bryler Gaming. Got a new electric guitar. Uh-oh, did you see this flight sim gear up here in the corner? See, there's some flight sim gear up there. There's the new guitar there that Bryler Gaming got. Let's see. Sunwings is owned by WestJet, and that was WestJet 2951. Wabi is here. Hi, Wabi. Sunwings is owned by WestJet. And Bowdy, should I buy 2020 or 2024? There are discounts on Steam right now. I think that basically what you need to do is look at the system specs and compare them with your system and make sure that your system can handle it. If your system can handle 2024, that's the new one. It's getting regular updates. It's working really good. We've got the scenery is going to be a little bit better. The scenery is going to be a little higher quality, and by that I mean, you know, looking out the windows and seeing everything, which is big part of what we do in Flight Sim. Is we get to enjoy the views, go places that we can never get to go in the real world, but this is the next best thing. So Bowdy, if you can handle 2024, I'd say grab that one. If your system can't handle it, then 2020 will be just fine. Coming up on 25,000 feet, anticipation is building for our landing. Let's see, we've got Frankfurt Friday is our first flight tomorrow. I'm going to bring in the map another click here. I don't think that slowing down is a vice right now. I don't think it's a sign of being a chicken. You're going to end up way too fast and way too high on this thing right now. So let's do some ATC. VATSIM radar. Here we all are. Yeah, you can see airplanes coming in. LSDP. So for arrivals, we have a Eurowings, and they're landing at 1932. We've got another Eurowings landing at 1933. There's an EasyJet at 1934. Another Eurowings landing at 1935. Wow, we're all like bing, 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 right? All right, so I think that slowing down, again, not the worst thing in the world to do. And we're going to go ahead and pull the speed. And we'll need to pull the speed brakes. Beauty, so VATSIM. First of all, VATSIM's free. So the good news is you don't have to pay anything. The thing about VATSIM and look, there's like several different levels of what you can do in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and you don't have to earn your way. You could take off in a big jet if you know what you're doing. That's the big thing about Flight Sim. You've got to understand how these airplanes work. So this is a very well modeled and simulated Airbus. It's a great airplane. It really is. That being said, if you don't know how to fly it, it's going to be a little bit on the scary side for you. It's going to be a little scary for you. All right, I just slowed us down, but now I'm a little high. So that's the thing about VATSIM. Eventually, you're going to want to be on VATSIM for sure. But if you don't know how to fly a plane, then I would say the best thing to do is start out in like flight lessons mode, do flying lessons first, and maybe start growing into that later. Why are you not letting me go flaps 3? I should be able, flaps 1, I should be able to go flaps 1 at 230 knots. You're being mean, airplane. Yeah, we're at 210 knots. Flaps, there's the placard, right? Yeah, placard speeds. I should be able, yeah, 230 for flap extension. Well, it says 1 plus is 215. Maybe it's being mean. Is it because I'm above 20,000 feet, Espresso Kate? So I'm still a little high, huh? High and fast, that's what we do. Maybe that's what it doesn't like. It doesn't like it because we're so high. Okay, you're probably right. Well, we'll go ahead and keep speed brakes out for a second. It does have real world weather.
Subscriber confirmed. Top class
Hey,
grad
look who's
ticket.
back. Friends from
Royalty
Frankfurt. It's Hunter Girl. Welcome in. Hey, Hunter Girl, how are you surviving the heat? I know you, Hunter Girl works as a real world first responder at a fire department. Are you handling the heat okay? I know it's been pretty warm there. But good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome aboard. And a super duper happy almost weekend to you. You can see, so the thing about smoke, I don't know that Microsoft Flight Simulator displays smoke. What it does display is it displays haze and lack of visibility. Hey, Espresso Kate, you're right. We're below 20,000 feet. I could do flaps 1. It was the 20,000 feet. You were right about that. Let's see. You were on a sporting event, so you were melting, but you survived. Well, because you're first responder, one of the things is you understand hydration and surviving in the heat. So that's really good. And sunscreen. Boy, is that. Sunscreen's so important. It will show low visibility. We had it was a couple of years ago, there was a fire close to Spy HQ and visibility was really down, and it did show low visibility because wildfire smoke out there. You couldn't see halfway across the valley on the spy cam, the weather cam there. Couldn't even see halfway across the valley. It was so bad. And so we went up to the airport and checked to see, and yeah, the visibility was way, way down. So that's how that works. So yeah, it doesn't show smoke and the flames and all of that from the wildfires. That being said, there's an awful lot of them out there. Okay, reducing our speed a little bit more on the turn. It's almost time to start getting ready to do this arrival. It will show condensation trails.
We are crossing your setting up for circular land approach for runway 23. Split.
Fog-bound turtle, to help you survive the heat, take a cat towel, get it wet with cold water. Drain some of the water and put the towel around your neck, and that will cool you down. I think so. Blue Angel's got a 777-200 long range. Is that your first 777 that you got? Is that a building in front of the place? No, it's a small bank. It's a small bank. Flaps 2. Okay, everything's good to go there. It's your first 777. Was it the PMDG Blue Angels, or is that the Flight Factor over an X-plane? Both are really good airplanes, Blue Angels. They really are nice ones. Yeah, I don't make enough to even walk into a place like that, so I walk in there, they laugh at me. Still trying to get caught up on the turns here. Still trying to get caught up on the turns. Let's do some ATC. All right, where are you going? You're going to all right. You're going to split. I need to come in behind that. Eurowings is making the turn. So we're coming in behind the Eurowings. I wonder if they have gyros on Eurowings. Hi, Paul. Welcome aboard. Blue Angels, it's the Captain Sim version. That's probably, if you're brand new to jetliners, it's going to be an okay way to start. But I would definitely save and go for the PMDG eventually. Eventually, that's kind of what you're going to want. I'm letting LNAV do it. So right now, the flight management computer is handling my descent. We're descending now to 4,000 feet. And we are also, I'm using, I'm controlling my speed at the moment. But right now, we're letting it do its thing here. I've got some kinkiness here. Oh, that's missed approach. That's missed approach. Okay, no reason to panic. Performance. I'm going to go to approach phase. VAP is going to be 133. The new iFly 737, it is a great airplane, Nico. Yeah, they did a very good job. The flight management computer on that's really nice, too. 1020, I believe, is altimeter for this. No, 1012. 1012.
Subscriber confirmed.
Hey, Russ, welcome.
Top clearance granted, agent.
It's 1012.
Noted.
1012. 1012. That looks good. Boy, did it get dark fast. Hi, Russ. Next for us is Phoenix to Telluride in the Fokker 70. The worst dad joke ever. Two pickles talk to each other. One said, "Do you know who I am? I'm kind of a big deal." Oh. Okay, we should be coming around to Lassel. And 4,000 feet. That doesn't look right. SP503. 701. That doesn't look right. I went out really far. That's okay. That gives everybody time. Let's do direct to Lassel now. And that'll take us in. Oh, I'm sorry, Fogbound Turtle. It was good. Hang on. I'm going into super concentration mode because this is a crazy landing, and I was also looking over here to make sure I wasn't going to run over anybody. So that's why. Super duper crazy concentration mode. All right, it's time to start getting ready to fly the airplane because we're not going to be able to use the autopilot much more. Bradler Gaming is having fun watching airplanes taking off and landing in Juliana on YouTube. Yeah, there's several channels for that one. You know, there's the there's the beach cam, which is really nice, from the little bar that we always yak about when we're going over there. All right, once again, VAP is 133. Cabin crew seats for landing. Okay, after Lassel, it's SP509, Neurat, and Rorka. Looking good. Let the airplane do just a little bit more work. And then go and get a very, very strong adult beverage. After we land, of course.
Traffic, EasyJet 195 we are now clear of runway 23.
JSG Droid made it. JSG Droid made it just fine. Okay, we've got Spy T after this for the America West flight. Bradler Gaming is watching this on Show Me Caribbean. Oh, there's the airplane. So there is the Eurowings, I think, that is landing. There is JSG Droid's landing lights right there. Getting off the runway, I think. And there's the arrival. The green part of the box, that's going to be missed approach. How about wheels? That's probably a good thing to take care of now. Because, you know, wheels. Guess I should probably just turn on my brake fans right now, huh? This will be a fun approach for sure. Okay, all that looks good. We got a 170 knot slowdown. I'm going to go ahead and dial that in right now. 170, can't be going slow enough here. We're right on the descent path. Flaps 3. That's our final flap setting. JSG Droid says a minus 468. Hey, you got it? Yeah, it's not also, as I recall, the longest of runways. It's not the longest of runways here. What is it? It is... $2550, that's in meters though. This is all metric. We love meters, right? Hunter Girl says, happy landing, and Amargosa wants to know if we're there yet. We're so close to it being there yet. And now,
Split
oh my
traffic,
gosh.
Doing 4-3-6-4, CKH on my 2-3, split.
And there we go. That's a nice arrival. Pretty cool. Hunter Girl, do you get to go and do a trip back to Dublin anytime soon? I know that's one of your favorite vacation places, and everybody's leaving on vacation. We have people going to secret spy islands in the Caribbean, going to Mexico, going to Queenstown in New Zealand. There's the runway. Split traffic EC441 is an A319 overhead New Rat, setting up for the circle to land runway 23. Split. Maybe in September. All right, I think the autopilot's had enough fun. Autopilot's off. No, no, no. Nobody needs to panic, and we need to start our descent now. Senor Tomas has a roommate who grew up in Croatia. And the runway is now a beam of us, so speed for landing. And we wait here until we get just past this. We're a touch high.
2,500.
Okay, don't follow the flight directors. They're trying to direct us out on the missed approach. That's right, Human is flying. And then I think we basically just kind of follow the shoreline around. Irvi has a friend who moved in with his girlfriend who's from Split. So she probably has been on this particular arrival, right? Probably been here and done this. Can see the runway lights. You're not going to see that as you're coming around, but you can see. It's hard to see probably in the live stream, and I'll bet the autopilot kind of makes it a little hard to see too. But you can see over here, you can see the blue taxiway lights, and that's kind of cool. The Fokker F70. The F70. Do we need life jackets? No, you don't. You don't even need life insurance. Yeah, we certainly hope that they don't split up. I'll bet that joke is overused in Split. LLBG. I'm going in 62 days. Zach, would you remind me, and you probably have done this before, I'm sorry it gets so disorganized. What's LLBG again? Senor Tomas gets amazing pastries from a Croatian grocery store. All right, I got the runway.
Confirmed.
We're a little
Top
low.
clearance
That's
granted,
okay.
Agent.
Captain Gaz gifted a sub to the
Loyalty
channel.
noted.
Captain Gaz. It's Ben Gurion Airport. Oh, thank you. Actually, we got a really nice scenery for Ben Gurion. I probably yap about that all the time, about the nice scenery for that airport. A touch low, but that's okay. People with expensive beach houses like it when jets roar over their house with their jet engines going, right? You see the runway off to the left under the camera? Right under the camera on the left side. There we go. Gentle turn. Gentle turn. Now we're a touch high. That's okay.
500.
Sync rate.
20. Retard. 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 Retard.
A little hard on the landing there. Oh man, I floated way too much. We're gonna have to back taxi. Oh no, 358. That was a hard landing. Gosh darn it. Oh well, first one of the week. Charlie just came into chat. Welcome, Charlie. Fogbound Turtle has got some back pain. And Amargosa spilled your drink. I'm just using, this was a difficult landing, but it was fun, right? It was a fun landing for sure. All right, and let's do, and APU can go on. I think I'm the last one. This one was fun, but yeah, Amargosa gets a free drink once we get to the terminal, and Fogbound Turtle gets to go and do a free back massage. They probably have those there. That's right, now we're certified as a Navy pilot carrier landing. I did not split any hairs on the landing. Bryler Gaming's banana split on that landing. Oh. This was fun though. These are fun challenges. The thing is about flight sim is if you go and practice things like this, that's how you get better on these. And if you were to do this like 3 or 4 times, you'd have it down. Split traffic easy 441 is clear of the runway, taxi to parking. Somebody needs to go out and fill in the divots in the asphalt. Split. Putting bad divots in the runway, that's bad. And we'll just come in right by the Euro wings over here. And that's probably about as, I just have the default scenery, so that's probably a good place to park. And do we have an APU? We do. Bleed. So engine 1. Oh, flaps are down, speed brakes are way out. Yeah, I pulled the speed brakes out myself on that one. I pulled those out. And we're gonna shut that down. I'm waiting for the flaps to go up before we do the last engine. And flaps are up. And that last engine can go off. There is a decent scenery for this over on flightsim.to. That was the one place that I just didn't have time to go and look today. I forgot a couple of things on the grocery list, so I had to start the day by running out to the grocery store again. I don't know why, but I decided applesauce would be tasty this week. Okay, all of this is looking good. We'll come on down here to board the plane. No jetways, at least not in my scenery, so airport. And ground power, stairs, stairs, doors, 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 doors. And we're good. Not great, not terrible. It could have been a better landing, that's for sure. Yeah, not great, not terrible, right, JSG Droid? Well, I did take a whole day off yesterday and didn't even turn on Stormy. So didn't even turn on the computer, so I'm completely out of practice. But we made it. Look at those cool airplanes. 2 Eurojets and an EasyJet. And I think everybody's got longer airplanes than I was flying. Much longer airplanes than I was flying. Senor Tomas, you have it in squeeze pouches? Really? Those are not bad. Charlie says to stretch. Probably a good idea. Because I also spent part of the weekend digging around under my bed looking for stuff. And kind of got up and did. Jim had a minus 145. Jim had a great landing rate. Wow, minus 145. Congratulations, Jim. That is a very nice landing rate. So next flight, we're doing the Fokker 70. And remember, there is, if you'd like to use your MobiFlight wind control Airbus autopilot in the Fokker, you can. And I just put a link into chat if you want to go and find the MobiFlight profile. That's how you can go and get that if you'd like to use that. Okay, everything looks good here. So we have to turn off SimApp Pro. We have to turn off SimApp Pro. We don't need a McDo on this, but we have to start MobiFlight. Kuma says there is a fire 5 to 10 kilometers from your house. So Kuma, I hope you are taking. I hope that you are taking the evacuation orders seriously. Seriously, those fires move fast when they say. And if you're not, if it's that close, you need to have your stuff ready to go, and plan ahead. No kidding. They move incredibly quickly, and people get trapped. I mean, there were 2 fatalities of firefighters on the western slope of Colorado just recently. 2 of them. I mean, in just over the weekend. So they move fast, and they're merciless. Take it very, very seriously. Let's go. We're doing Phoenix to Telluride. So America West Airlines did fly to Telluride back in the day. They didn't use the F70 though, but I figured this would be a much more fun flight than the one that we got out of. It was like Des Moines to Phoenix or something is what they did, the Fokker 70. So we'll try this one. So let's get the sim. Here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. And I might need to recycle my autopilot. Okay, that should be good there. The F70, do the throttles and reverse thrust in Boeing mode. Make sure the landing gear levers are down. Zach, are you going to call it a day? You're tired? Hey, stay rested, Zach, especially if you're having a rough few weeks. Stay rested, get a little bit of extra food. You still do need MobiFlight with this. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about SimApp Pro working with the Fokker yet. I think that SimApp Pro, I think that they're probably mostly busy. They're rolling out new things. I think they just started shipping some of the I think they just started shipping the tillers. So I think that they started doing that. And Charlie said to stretch. Yeah, I definitely need to do that because I was rummaging around under my bed the other day, and tried to stand up, and let's just say something didn't stand up correctly, and it was like, pain. So you got to stretch fairly regularly too. All right, that was a great flight. When we started talking about split and the arrival, I'm really glad that we did that. Okay, anything happening in Phoenix or Telluride? So Phoenix is clear. Grand Junction is up. There is Denver Center is up right now. So we should have ATC going into Denver. All right, so let's go, and we can use Flight Radar 24 and see what's going on at Telluride, but pretty much they always land at the same runway. So KTEX, Telluride, and let's look at the map. So there's the airport there. You should expect to come in on runway 9. So runway 9. This is a really cool arrival. And if you get a chance to go zipping around the airport, zipping around the city, the town of Telluride, it's actually pretty cool. Some of the ski resort ski runs from Telluride are also modeled in the sim, and they look really pretty cool. They look really pretty cool too, and they look pretty realistic. Let's see, in Phoenix Sky Harbor, we're going to have to use digital ATIS on that one. So I'm going to guess it's really hot today. It's Phoenix. Sky Harbor, ATIS, Information Golf. Winds are 170 at 11, gusting to 17, 10 miles visibility. It's 38 degrees Celsius. Simultaneous approaches, blah, 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 blah. Do not overshoot. Expect ILS runway 8. Departure runway is 7 left. 07 left. Cool. All right, let's do sim brief. So it's going to be the Fokker 70 new flight, and it's America West Express AWE 441 KPHX Sky Harbor KTEX to Telluride, and we want a Fokker 70. F70, and I should have one set up with an America West Express. That looks good. Okay, it should be in pounds. 7 left and runway 9. It shows the right runways. Fuel planning, there's a little ATC. How about 15 minutes fuel? Just in case. So it's the Mr. Bill. The Mr. Bill departure. And coming in over ETL. That's not Red Table, that's Montrose or something like that. Generate the flight. The electronic flight bag is not so bad in this one at all. Just Flight keeps regularly updating it. You're probably going to want to make a copy of the PDF flight plan for your desktop. I will include this link in chat if you would like to be able to just use mine. And that's over there. I should also update the title. And by the way, you can get the flight plan in both Twitch and YouTube. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Surprised Polyot hasn't mentioned something about taking off on a taxiway since we're going to Phoenix. It did happen. It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And I was really excited that I got an airplane to run that day. So there you go. All right, is everything looking good? Yep. VATSIM radar. Sky Harbor. So let's see. America West got folded into... I think they got folded into American Airlines, so that's going to be up here on the north side of the airport. So it would be an American Airlines area here. Looks like they've got a couple of express lines over here, maybe. I don't know. All right, let's come on over here. And start. World Update 22, United States National Parks. Get it for free. Oh, is it US Airways? I thought it was US Airways and then American Airlines, right? I don't think we actually have to download anything. It just activates it. And then if you fly around there, that's how you get it. So we'll activate it. Bryler Gaming says that the Airbus A330 looks amazing. An Air France A330 took off from Juliana, and it's going all the way to Paris. By the way, after this last update, it turned on a bunch of stuff. The last update turned on a bunch of things. So, well, I guess so. U.S. Airways, America West merged into U.S. Airways, and then U.S. Airways merged into American. Maybe I shouldn't have used the word folded. Maybe that was the wrong word. Or maybe the real word would have been acquired by, I'm guessing. We're done with the McDo, so when we're done with the McDo, I always have this little blue towel. I always like to put this on top of the McDo so that it covers the screen. Because when the McDo arrived, I was saying, oh wow, this is a really nice screen. I don't want anything to get, scratch it or anything. So I just put that little towel on top of it to keep the screen clean. Almost done. But before we jump in, I was going to show you a couple of things that I turned off in the sim here. Because you have to turn off several things to get rid of. You have acquired the item. Okay, good. Okay, go up to the upper right-hand corner and do settings. The first one that I went and did is I went to online, and online settings, I did traffic type and I turned that off. Okay, so traffic type I turned off. Next thing it told me to do is go to graphics, and you see where it says global rendering quality at the bottom. Notice how it doesn't have the little down arrow like that. So you think, oh, well, there's no more settings down there. But once you click it, then all of a sudden all of your global rendering settings pop in. So at the bottom, I turned off fauna. I turned off sea traffic. I've got road traffic off. Airport traffic variety, I turned that to low. And then airport traffic quantity, I turned that to off. That took care of all of the AI airplanes. Parked aircraft low and parked aircraft quantity is off. Airport services low and quantity is off. Characters, I left it at quantity should be high. I usually make that low too. Character variety, you can either have low or ultra, but then character quantity, I turn that to off. And those are the ones that I turn off on the sim for me. And that usually works out. And that keeps a bunch of junk off the ground. But it also helps me keep better frame rates. Also, it turned my anti-aliasing back to the top setting. So I went back to TAA because that's what makes the numbers all kind of blurry and stuff when you're changing them in the cockpit. And my silly little joke always is, if there's going to be blurry numbers in the cockpit, it's because I've got a really good brew in the cockpit. All right, and now to find the airplane, search aircraft, it's from Just Flight. So just go to Just, and here we are. There's the Fokker 28, the 100, and the 70. And it's already set up. It's the only livery I've got for the 70s, so it's already set up with America West. And we're going to go KPHX, Sky Harbor, Phoenix. And I'm going to go to the north side. Let's see, how's it looking outside? Sunshine, 83 degrees. A couple little baby clouds, 28 degrees Celsius. That's not so bad. I don't think we've got a chance of showers here today. And then we're waiting over here. I always usually wait till the maps are finished loading. Even though it says it's ready to start the flight, you know how you click at this point in time and not a lot happens? I kind of like to wait till it's done loading stuff and then coming over here Wheelchair gamer, there are a lot of wildfires all over the place. And not just in the U.S. There's fires in the EU right now. So there really are a lot of fires. In the United States, there is a website that you can go to called INCIWeb. I will go ahead and post a link to this in chat for you. This should be in both Twitch and YouTube. This is where the wildfires are. And you can click on this and get information. So if you happen to see that one is near your home, you've really got to, pay attention. And especially with, warning services being cut by the present administration, you've really got to take it upon yourself to stay informed. And again, just this weekend, 2 firefighters were killed on the western slope of Colorado. These things move fast. So you've got to keep yourself updated and informed. Okay, so I'm going to go to gate Alpha 8. And I'm going to note that. And let's go and load our cute little Fokker airplane. Nobody's there right now. JSG Droid, America West got acquired by US Air, got acquired by American. That's the way I think it. Yep, that's what I heard too. Man, that was kind of a while ago, wasn't it? Next, after we land at Telluride, we're going to take the F100 from LaGuardia to Toronto. LaGuardia to Toronto. I don't think I updated this, so hopefully it ain't going to take too long for it to load today. Let's see. We're going at flight level 350. 11,000 pounds of fuel to get us there. Here is our route. And there is our route. We're going to have 48 passengers and 2.6. 2,600 pounds of cargo. The link didn't work in the EU. Let's see. Howdedge. I'm sorry about that. JSG Droid. I went to gate Alpha 8. I'm going on the Alpha gates. I'm sorry. You're probably right that it doesn't. Those don't. That's a U.S. website, so it probably doesn't. AMI Bernstein, welcome aboard. Did I watch Swiss 001? I didn't. Okay, so we don't need the runways anymore. There's our gate number, the Mr. Bill departure to runway 9. And Phoenix to LaGuardia, America West Express. I think that they still use the cactus call sign, maybe? Oh, you just let us know. Thank you for letting me know that it didn't work over there. I wish it did. Wish things weren't geo-restricted and stuff, but it gets that happens all the time, which is not nice. All right, and there is good old Sky Harbor. Wait till the little movies as the airplane moves back and forth and everything as it goes around. Wait till it gets all... Boeing Baga got a new McDo. Have you gotten to fly with it yet, Boeing Baga? And there's gate Alpha 8. And there's our America West F28. You can also open this door from the outside. It does have air stairs. Baga got to fly with it last night. There we go. We can click up here and that'll put us in the cockpit. So let's see. We need to get V-Pilot going. I think it is. I was a little bit bummed when I heard that the quality of some of the newer stuff is a little bit lower, because I really do like my autopilot. It's great. I'm enjoying the autopilot quite a bit. And the McDo. I haven't bought anything lately. I might jump back into purchasing those things if the economy starts getting better. Okay. It's AME, AWE, America West Express, and it's an F70. All right, AWE, and it was flight 441. Connect. Auto ATC gave us a squawk code 3011. Okay. I don't think that Mobi Flight is working here. I think I need to refresh the Mobi Flight thing. I'm going to turn off the autopilot, restart the autopilot. There's the autopilot restart Mobi Flight. We'll see if it works. Maybe it only works with the 100. And that took care of the autopilot. It works now. Okay, so let's see. First things first. We got to come up here and we have to be ready for jetways. So we have to drop the board. And when you drop the board, it'll go and also get your jetway for you. So there's our jetway. And we've got a very nice jetway waiting for us. So you can go and do that before you start turning things on in this airplane. Step number 1, go to aircraft. We do have chocks in place. I'd like to request a ground power unit. And we'll open up our forward and aft cargo doors. So while that's attaching and running, we'll come over here to the operational flight plan, and that should go and get everything we need. So Phoenix to Telluride, and it's all ready to go there. Latest METAR, the altimeter is 2986. It's 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit in Phoenix at the moment. And that's probably fairly mild for this kind of time of year. Go to charts, airport charts, departure, Sky Harbor. So taxi, we'll get gates, we'll get airport, and the SID is going to be the Mr. Bill. I don't do a very good Mr. Bill. I wonder how many real pilots do the Mr. Bill on frequency before they get busted by somebody. Okay, the Mr. Bill departure. Let's see. Mr. Bill says our initial climb clearance is 8,000 feet. So 8,000 feet. Cool. And after the departure, pretty simple. And we're going to go out at Uper. So the transition out is Uper. Yay. All right. Arrivals. No SID, no star into Telluride. We're expecting runway 9. We could do RNAVs. We could do localizers. I'm going to do visual, but I will load up the localizer just to get a little extra help on this. And we're going to pick it up at, let's see, it's called the Cones VOR. That's Edel. So from Cones, you go to Hodlow at 12,000 feet, then descend to 11,500 at Zabgu. Oh, and by the way, this is an offset localizer too. So don't let that freak you out too much. And then your taxi is going to be airport, and that's what we need for that. Let's see. Baga got the autopilot too. Yep, when the economy stabilizes, I hope, you know, we stop being so stupid. But right now, I think it's just save money, be ready for anything at the moment. We can get toys later. Regicide Greg, Phoenix and Detroit. Same temperature in July is pretty crazy, isn't it? Dad, game time. I want to say yes. I want to say that there was a Sud Caravel, but I haven't heard anything about it. I think it'd be great. That's a really historic airplane. United Airlines used to fly a Caravel from like New York to Chicago like 4 times a day. I think that, and that was just their direct airplane. JSG Droid is still waiting to load in. Really, is it being a brat for you? I should also go over, and we need to come over here. Oh, complete the last flight. Start tracking, and continue. And there's our flight, Phoenix to Telluride. Cool. I wonder why it's taking longer for you. Have you not updated the F70 maybe? It's the little brother. Yeah, it's the little it's the junior sibling. All right, everything's ready to go over here. Go to aircraft and import. And our numbers should be good. Let's come on up here and do battery. Let's do ground power. Let's do nav and logo lights. Emergency exit light on the far right side. Let's go over here, and then you have to point and click to turn on the APU. We'll do emergency exit, windshield heaters. And everything is pretty much done up there. The F-28 was fun. It was fun. 90% of my job in the F-28, though, was managing the fact that there wasn't an auto throttle. And the hard part about the fact that there wasn't an auto throttle was my throttles never really got along with the F-28. So I was constantly having to make these minute adjustments in my throttles. And it was always a pain in the butt from day one. I would move it a little bit and all of a sudden I'm overspeeding. I'd move it down just like hardly at all. And all of a sudden we're about to stall out. So I never was able to get my throttles calibrated well for that. And got to turn up your own CRTs. Bernstein, it is America West Airlines. And there's all of our monitors up, and we'll do it take care of the first officer who's out getting ice cream for everybody. So that's it. That's right, Dad game time. That's really important on this one. So, June through July, navigation database is great.
Top clearance
Hey,
grant
Detergent
agent.
Foot, thank you for doing a
Royalty
resub.
noted.
Welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for being here for 5 months. And nice support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Captain Gaz did a resub. Oh my gosh, Captain Gaz. I didn't see that. You did that 3 months ago. No, you've been here for 27 months. Captain Gaz, I am sorry I missed your resub. And it wasn't Russ just coming in saying hi. Russ also did a resub. And Russ has been here for 65 months. Man, I missed 3 of them. Must have been while I was doing the circle to land. Hey, thanks for the resub. Detergent Foot, Captain Gaz, Russ, thank you for helping me to keep this silly thing going. All right, let's do init. And we're going to go get the flight route, which is KPHX. And we're going to KTEX. And that goes in here. And then it should show our route. It does, and insert it. Now we're going to come up here and we're going to turn on IRSs. Click in the middle and then turn to nav. Click in the middle and then turn to nav. It unlocks it first. Have I seen the movie Always with Richard Dreyfuss, Holly Hunter, and John Goodman? I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, so we've got alignment going on there, and be sure to hit align or else life becomes very problematic. Hi, GT Boy. Welcome in. Thursday, almost Friday. Beer cheers. We've almost got the weekend here. And our flight number is /441. You can hear the fans start to pick up a little bit. That is our APU kicking in. And we have 8 minutes left before the alignment. And that's our backlighting is going on. And page 2. Time for fueling. So I'm basically just letting the airplane do it for 5 minutes. So start refueling. Here comes gas. Weekend starts Thursday for Captain Game, Dad Game Time. Welcome on in, and the weekend is great. Favorite airplane? Boy, it's really hard to pick a favorite airplane right now. All right, so our block fuel is loading right now, so you can't count on your block fuel number down here. That's not going to be the correct one. Best thing to do to start out is come over here. It's going to be 11.2. So 11.2 for block fuel. And also you can't read the number off of this for your zero fuel weight yet because it's not loaded. So get a preliminary zero fuel weight right now, which is 62.6. They will be updated for you in just a bit. Bryler Gaming's friend and buddy. Don't know what that was. Oh, that's the movie. Oh, okay. I don't think I ever knew about that one. GT Boy, have you seen the rave review for Say Intentions? I have heard that people are really enjoying Say Intentions and the other AI ATC system. I don't use it just because I've been on VATSIM for so long, but I think that Say Intentions is a great way to get started. I really think it's a great way to get started. AMI Bernstein, I've spent some time reading the flight manuals to learn. That's just it. JSG Droid is having to do a restart on your PC. That's not fun. Now, one of the things that I'm not able to put in is update these numbers here. So I haven't done any of that. They're offering a free flight sim optimizer. No kidding. So GT Boy, and that's what Say Intentions is doing? No kidding. She wanted to do work with Steven Spielberg. Isn't that great? All right, let's come on in here and let's do flight plan. So Sky Harbor, our departure is going to be on runway 07 left. We are expecting the Mr. Bill departure. And we exit Mr. Bill at Uper. Insert and Uper. There we go. Let's see. Are we going to do an ATR flight? I think that with the ATR, I've been having so much trouble with it. I'm going to kind of hold off on the ATR for a little bit on the live stream until we get an update from the developer. Because clearly there's a problem. I just don't know what it is. But it's given me all sorts of trouble lately. Let's do star. It's going to be the localizer for runway 9. And there's no other approaches. And our transition is Edel. And that looks good. So all of that looks great. We should be done refueling. Nope, almost done. 80%. But yeah, the ATR's just been, there's something weird about it. And I just can't do, I can't get the, there are some things that I just can't, you know, you can't get the engine started, and that's the problem for me. 89%. 92%. Boy, I'll bet it's hot out there right now. %. Hey, Irish Wheels, welcome in. Yeah, well, you use it actually with VATSIM too. So, Irish Wheels, that's right. I have heard there's been some integration now between VATSIM and Say Intentions. So it could be that maybe someday we're going to want to do that. I don't know. One of the things that I generally like is if there is no ATC in a certain area, that gives us a little bit of a break, you know, in the live stream. So I kind of like that, but okay, all of this is looking good. Just making sure cabin music remains off, and that's great. All right, all of this looks good. We did get a squawk code, 3011, 3011, and enter. We are in the US, so we need to go to messages and .ctaf space KPHX Sky Harbor. Sky Harbor, I'll put this in chat. You'll need this for CTAF. And now let's also grab .ctaf KTEX. And there is CTAF for Telluride. Although there is, Denver is up, so I don't know what Denver's going to tell us to do. So 120.9. 120.9. Let's just pop this on this side. 120.9. There's CTAF. And then 122.8 for later. Cool. Initial climb clearance was 8,000 feet. 8,000 feet. We can go over to the first page again and get weather. Sky Harbor. It's still 100 degrees. The altimeter is 2986. And that's all of them in this airplane. I like to generally go to progress on this side. So the whole trip is 353 miles. Hey, looks like we have navigation stuff. Let's also turn uncage the backup artificial horizon. And that looks good too. Let's turn on constraints, airport, and traffic. AMI Bernstein, yes, there are people that do the flights with me, and you're welcome to as well. I generally fly on VATSIM, so if you want, you can fly on X-Plane, you can fly on Flight Sim 2020, 2024. I think you can even still fly the old P3D simulator, and maybe even Flight Simulator 10 on VATSIM. So it doesn't matter what sim you've got. I don't think that the Roblox flight simulator works on VATSIM, but give it time. Okay, passengers, I believe, are loading. 68% are loaded. Also, keep an eye out. JSG Droid is having trouble loading in. DCS World, I don't think flies on VATSIM. Nope, not DCS. So Roblox and DCS simulators don't fly on VATSIM. All right, everything's looking good here. %78 of our passengers are loaded. And that's also including cargo. Good loading music. Check fuel. Oh, kilograms. We've got to do math. So 55.9, 56.1, 5590 plus 5610. We've got 11,200 pounds of fuel aboard. Minimum takeoff is 9,000 pounds, so we're good as far as fuel. No big problem there. Irish Wheels says also say intentions. If you don't want to talk to ATC, you can have your co-pilot do it. If you wanted that break from speaking. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool, Irish Wheels. They also came up with the new performance tweaker. And you're using that and you enjoy the performance tweaker. Is that the AI ATC that is a monthly subscription, or do you buy that outright? Could you remind me? Because one of them is you purchase it once, the other one is a monthly fee. This reminds you a little, it does, especially the flight management computer. The flight management computer really acts a lot like that. All right, everything looks good to go there. I'm going to release the jetway. Knudsen says it's monthly. Beyond ATC is the one. More for premium voices. And there goes the jetway. Gotta wait for the jetway to retract before you can close the door. Here comes the door. While that's going on, I'm going to come over here and disconnect ground power. We're going to go on the APU only. We're going to go ahead and turn on probe heaters. Let's also go up to GSX. Irish Wheels, you pays $24 a month, which you consider this an extreme hobby, and less than the full premium price of Netflix. And I think you probably get better programming than on Netflix too, right? Prepare for pushback and departure. We'll use airplane stairs. All right, all this is complete. Here's one of the new things with the Fokker 70 and the Fokker 100. Hey, we're ready for pushback too. So here's our departure performance, aircraft, sim brief, and weather. All of those three load in. So we'll have to come over here and take a look and see. So runway is correct. No takeoff shift, runway slope. It's a dry runway.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Outside air temperature, winds. We're not going to force a toga because I don't look good wearing a sheet. And we're ready to go. Let's hit calculate. And so we're going to go flap 0. We're going to flex to 50 degrees. The trim is important on this airplane. Be sure and go 2.7. Export the weight. This is where the updated weight and balance gets back into your flight management computer. Export your speeds. There's our speeds for takeoff, and export a toga and a flex. So now all of that's been updated. The one thing you've got to remember is your trim. And the trim is going to be 2.7. I just made a note of that over in notes. So all of that looks good. And we can look down here. Takeoff speeds are loaded. Takeoff gross weight is loaded. Block fuel is loaded. And go to takeoff and approach. And there it all is. Yes, you did read that right. There is no flaps on this. No flaps. Spot Kilo 1.
Release parking brakes, please.
All right. So radios are up and on. Let's go ahead and we're done on this page. Go back to the aircraft. Ground power has been turned off in the airplane, so remove ground power. And chocks. Kind of have to wait for ground power to disappear. Let's see. Irish wheels, it really sounds like Say Intentions is working well for you. And what's also cool about Say Intentions is it interfaces with VATSIM, and that seems to be working good for you too. Manaphy has arrived. Yeah, we're really having a good time with this airplane. Chocks are now clear. And now we're all clear, and we'll go to charts. So parking gates. And we're over here. And we're going to go to spot Kilo 1. Look out and see. Nobody's over there. Let's get going. And we'll start squawking transponder. We're going to go seatbelts. Let's do beacon. Cabin call. And parking brakes.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Cabin crew, arm doors and cross check.
There's the crew line. Let's go ahead and start some engines. So starter goes on. Starting engine number 1. And I usually like to look over here. There's 10%, 12, 13, 14, halfway between those, and start engine number 2. You can use, if you have a Thrustmaster, or I would imagine the wind control throttles, you can use the starter levers, the fuel to start fuel on this airplane.
Insert the metal tip into the buckle and pull the strap to tighten. To release, lift the top of the buckle. We recommend keeping your seatbelt fastened at all times.
Doors closed. It's a little loud.
Seatbelt sign is on.
Please set parking brakes.
This aircraft has a number of
Doors
emergency
locked.
exits. The cabin
Parking
crew
brakes.
safely goes out to
Set. And starting engine number 1.
nearest exit, remembering that it may be behind you.
Engine number 1 starts.
Are located under your seat.
And again, there's the N2, 9, 10%, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and fuel.
Unlocking gear.
Yeah, dead game time. I think they did a good job with the sounds on this airplane.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Well,
Right is
Manaphy,
clear.
you know what? It's great to get excited, but remember they've extended deadlines in the past. So I really feel like it's important to manage expectations. They're a first-time developer. They've had some drama. We'll see it. We'll welcome it when it's available to us. Until then, just kind of, not too excited. We'll get excited about it when it comes out. Done with the APU. No flaps for takeoff. So we do need to go lift dumpers. Auto brakes. And speed, V2 is 130. So 130 up here. And don't forget the trim. 2.7. It will yell at you about trim. So 2.7 up. That's about it. And let's do nose light. Cabin call. Parking brakes.
Cabin crew, feet to take off.
And there is our tug being crazy up there. Every now and then your tug just is going to go nuts. It'll taxi out into runways. It'll taxi out into grass. Something about GSX, and after the tug disconnects, it's like goes out there and does, donuts or something. It's really entertaining. It did. It sounded like an 80s arcade. The other airplane sounds like Pac-Man. The Fokker F-28, that sounds like Pac-Man. Manaphy, there is one that's coming. It's not going to be anytime soon. I believe, if I've got it all right up here, in my twisted little mind, it's going to be made by the same people.
Cabin is secured.
The same people who made the Citation 10. Nav profile, auto throttle, and flight directors are on. Sky Harbor traffic. America West 441 is an F-28 coming out of the Alpha terminal. We are going over to runway 07 left, and we're going to take Tango over to, I guess, Sierra. Sky Harbor. Hey Theta, welcome back in. The tug behavior is better than the Cessnas spinning on their tops. Well, that was a day. I don't know. Something was really wrong with the airplane that day. 65, y'all the way. Welcome back in. Thanks for coming by. Got a bit of a long taxi here. So as we come around here, we're going to go to operational flight plan and output. And what we really want to do is we want to see minimum takeoff fuel, which is 9,500 pounds. So you got to do a little math. Right now we're over 11,000 pounds up there. We're doing really good, but you kind of got to watch out for that. And we were going to go to the far side here. There's the bridges over there. And we're going to do the second turn. But yeah, there is an E140. And it's going to be made by the people that made the Citation 10. I think it's the same engines. Loviz was saying I think it's the same engines on the E145. Dogs has a YouTube channel. Dogs is here with us right now. Dogs used to live here in the Sky Harbor area, has moved recently, but used to do plane spotting videos, live videos on Dog's YouTube channel from Sky Harbor. Never caught any rattlesnakes or anything like that, I don't think. I think there are still a few people flying the E-Jet, the E-145. That's one of the few small commuter planes that I don't mind. And simply because I don't mind it because it has one seat on the left side of the cabin and two on the right side of the cabin. Now there's still small seats and there's not much leg room, but just having one seat and not somebody shoved up against your arm, you know, in a middle seat is really nice. So back when I, was traveling, I did not mind an E-145 if I could get the left-hand seat. It was very, very nice. And I could go for that one easily. Even if it was going to be a long flight. Theta, there's a relatively good 727. It's like Manafee just said, it's from Flight Sim Studios. And if you want to learn a lot about a really good channel for the 727s is Mustafa. Moose does some really nice videos there. And we're going to kick the power up a little bit here. They've recently redone this southwest terminal area here at Sky Harbor. Go to airports. Let's go to nighttime. Track our airplane. And we're going to 7 left. Yeah, the 2x2 configuration in the E-Jets. See,
Phoenix traffic south of 2956 is 20 miles northeast of the field, descending through 8000 for the runway 26 approach, Phoenix traffic.
Uh-oh. Okay, so they're on a different runway. We checked the real world, so we're good. But yeah, the E-Jets, the 2x2 seating makes the E-Jets really, really comfortable for me. I like that an awful lot. We've had a few people, though. They've had some flights on E-Jets, and they said they didn't like it at all. My 2 flights on an E-Jet was Denver to Austin and back, and it was great. Plus, 2x2 seating as opposed to 3x3 was just nice. Theta can't wait for Bluebird to do a jet to match the original name. They are working on it. The 757 will be out at some point. I'm just, cautioning, just give it time. Okay, if you're flying the Fokker F-28 like I am right now, what's the one thing you want to do before you get to the runway that I forgot to do? What's the one thing that I need to do before we get to the runway that I haven't done yet? And I forget it all the freaking time. And apparently I'm not the only one. Give up. Then you give up. The gust lock. JSG droid. Yep, the gust lock. Oh my God. Yes, prayer. White L. Yes. Prayer and insurance. Control lock. Mad Noob got it. GT boy got it. Yes. The gust lock. You've got to remember that on this airplane. Otherwise, it will get you and you'll be on the runway and ATC will laugh at you and so will all the other airplanes. I'm going to go and check real world ATIS again here. Digital ATIS, Sky Harbor, see if they flipped it on us. Yeah, they did flip the runways on us. It's supposed to be the 26s, so the airplane that's arriving was correct. They changed them. Let's just go ahead and go with it. We're far enough out. That airplane was 20 miles out. There goes JSG Droid. There's the one that's coming in. I think we're fine. There is a takeoff config with this airplane. And all you have to do is click it, and then you can look and see the takeoff config will say that it's normal. And takeoff config, by the way, really will work nicely for you. Sky Harbor traffic, America West. 441 is a F70. We are lining up at the end of runway 7 left. We know there's opposing traffic coming in, but we'll be out of the way. Departing runway 7 left, Sky Harbor. Strobes. Extend the landing lights. Theta, really nice. I got everything done that I wanted to, plus I was able to do a cold and dark video on this airplane, which I really wanted
Phoenix
to
Pass,
do.
Southwest 2956, 8 mile final, 26, Phoenix.
Landing lights. Throttles up halfway. Elapsed timer on. Thrust is set.
Thrust set.
I didn't get the F50.
80 knots.
Budget was a little strained for airplanes right now. Time to start
V1,
rotate. The budget strained a little bit. I'm hoping to get the
Climb, gear up.
Gear going up. Nice view of Sky Harbor going out. The Airbus A220 is coming out soon, so I'm getting excited about grabbing that one. Nice view of Sky Harbor.
Climb thrust.
AP. Sky Harbor traffic, America West 441 is clear of runway 07 left. Departing on the Mr. Bill departure. Happy landings, Sky Harbor. Oh, Mr. Bill. Yep, we all have to do that. No flaps to put up, so flaps didn't have to do that. Lift dumpers are deactivated, and auto brakes are off. Taxi light off. I'm going to go ahead and let it continue the climb. We're going to go to Telluride at flight level 350. There's our turn at Sparky. It's become a very good Airbus simulator. Passengers getting a great view outside of Phoenix, and yep, that's kind of what it looks like there. Multi's yeah, there's an AnyBuilds A350 that's coming our way. And the A350, there's already a free A380. Let's see. So yeah, it'll be interesting. My TCAS is indeed off, isn't it? How are we not going to see if we're...
Phoenix traffic, southwest 2956 is clear. Runway 26 and taxi to the ramp via Bravo Sierra Delta. Phoenix traffic, safe flight stall.
Let's see. The Fokker F100.
Reinforcements
We're going to take the
incoming. More agents
F100
joining the
to
Spy
from
Flight.
American Airlines because they did that. Thanks, Manafee. Theta, that's it. Nate Flies just raided the channel with 3 viewers. Hi, Nate Flies. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We just took off in the America West F70. America West Airlines used to fly the Fokker F70. Not on too many routes, but on a few of them. I don't think they did this one, but I think this will be a nice flight anyway. Multi, yeah, sadly, I think that LVFR has kind of become one of those things to avoid. I hate saying things like that, but it's probably become one to avoid. Below 9,000 feet at Goalie, so the airplane is handling the VNAV on the departure very well. So that's looking really good. Nate, you were in the, were you flying the Flight Factor 757? That still remains one of my all-time favorite airplanes in the sim. Flight Factor put so much effort into that airplane, it was amazing. And now we continue the climb. The airplane's handling that well too.
This is America West, or Texas. We are lining up and parting runway 25.
Landing lights off. 10,000 foot cabin call. Oh, that's right. It's not America West Express. It's Cactus. It's Cactus. And we're looking good there. We're going to go to flight plan over here. And we're going to come over here and do progress. We are 330 miles from Telluride. Nate, thank you so much. Thank you for coming in. We fly every day. You're always welcome to come in and fly with us, and I'll be looking for you on your live stream too. I know Multi, I think they decided long ago that they were going to stay with X-Plane, but wow, did they make such a good airplane for X-Plane. They also had a 767, but I was more into the 7.5 because it's more of a sports car as opposed to the Whale. Okay, lights are good. Cabin. Ooh, I totally forgot. You've got to do cabin pressurization. I forgot to do cabin. You set the departure altitude, and then we have to remember to set the arrival altitude. Least I remembered to do the. At least I remembered to do the trim this time. Manafee, the 757 United, I think, still uses the 757 on the Kona to Denver route. I think they're still flying it on the Denver, on that Hawaiian route. Multi, you had the 7.6, but you didn't get the 7.5. They were both really good airplanes. Imagine going from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Telluride. I mean, talk about a climate shock. Especially if you were, you know, a mild winter in Phoenix and you were going up for ski season. Wow. I don't know. I always like to refer to that as the sports car. It had the highest weight to power ratio, I think, of any of the jetliners and stuff. So it really did. It was an amazing airplane for sure. It was one of the first combination glass and steam cockpits. So yeah, it was very much like this. You had glass and you had steam gauges, and that was really neat. Although you use the steam gauges a lot more in the 757. And it was just a really good airplane for sure. Well, it's tough to pick an airplane. We're starting to get really good ones. First of all, Just Flight gave us these F100s and F70s. These are really good airplanes. And, you know, flying the Airbus, love to fly the Airbus A319 into, you know, vectors to Copenhagen and Frankfurt Friday. But now we can take this airplane. This airplane's going to be really good too. So we've got those. The iFly 737 MAX has become a real favorite airplane for sure. So it's really kind of tough to be able to pick an airplane right now and say, wow, that's a great airplane. Boy, I can't wait to, you know. It's my all-time favorite. There's so many. Buckeye is in chat. If you're flying with me and you've got allergies and you're taking an allergy pill to stay dry, you really need to hydrate. 18,000 feet, so standard altimeters. And we're going to flight level 350. They don't climb like a Banshee. And it did automatically put us into climb mode, so we're good to go there. Let's do 122.8. And we've got Denver Center. Denver Center may talk to us. I don't know. 127.65. 127.65. Can't pre-plan enough. Well, that's a lot of people feel the same way, Dad Game Time. They've been wanting a good 787. Now, there's a couple of okay modifications that you can get for the 787. But still, it's not like having flight factor. It's not like having, you know, the Phoenix or the PMDG 787. And for a lot of us, that's the level of, you know, immersion, system modeling and stuff that we've kind of come to expect. And so, you know, are those modifications good? They're okay, but it just doesn't have the same amount of depth. So that's kind of why some of us stay out of it. 109.3. Can't set these things soon enough because we get so busy in the airplane. 093 degrees. Remember, it's an offset localizer. 093. Good. Minimums. 11,340 feet. I don't think it goes all the way up there. Nope, doesn't go up there. 8,000 feet is the... So... minimums. I'm going to set a 200-foot radar altimeter decision height. About the best I think we can do. And it's ceiling and visibility is wide open, so we don't really care about minimums, but I still want it to yell at me when we're 200 feet above the ground. That would still be nice. 25,000 feet, seatbelts. And let's see, we need to do landing altitude, landing elevation, landing elevation at Telluride. 9,070 feet.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Somebody just did a nice resub. Let me set this. So 9,070 feet. That's about as good as it's going to get. It's Jim Oxide. Jim's been here for 9 months. Hey, Jim, thanks for the resub. Good evening to you. Thank you for helping me to keep my silly little thing going here. Really appreciate it. And there we got a hydrate in. I would think that eventually, and it could be that the reason that people are not doing a really good high quality 787 is it could be that being able to get information on the airplane is proprietary. It's still a airplane that's, you know. Dad Game Time, yes, America West did do this route. They did not take the F70 in this one. They took the F70 into Sky Harbor to Des Moines and 2 other airports that weren't quite as much fun. To DH. So I set this to 200 feet. I've set it to DH. And I was going to set it to 200 here. Right, Blue Rat? Whoops. There's 200 feet above the ground. Good afternoon, AZ. Welcome aboard. There's a heat wave in southern Quebec right now. How hot is it in southern Quebec? JSG Droid, thank you for reminding me to do landing elevation. Well, that's probably a big part of it too. You know, they're probably not too interested in sharing the kinds of specifications and bits of information that a developer like PMDG or, you know, Phoenix or, you know, really good developer needs to make a really good airplane. So because they've been struggling to get that airplane out the gate, that's probably part of the reason why. Theta, thank you for reminding me to stretch. And if you're flying with me, you should stretch and move around in your chair a bit too. You spend an awful long time seated, so you have to stay as healthy as you can. Coming up on our top of climb. AZ says it's 32 degrees, but it feels like 43 because you've got some humidity right now. Just like American Airlines flew the F100, American flew the F100 into on our next route. American flew from LaGuardia to Toronto, which is our next route. We can go and see what really does that right now. I don't know if American still does that anymore. By route. KLGA, LaGuardia. CYYZ, Toronto. Search. Okay, looks like it's Air Canada. Air Canada. Oh, Porter. Look at this. Porter does this. Porter flies this as well. Porter's flying E-jets on this. Mad Noob, I thought I got the title updated. Did I forget that? All right, let's go. Let's look at LaGuardia first and look at departures and look for an American Airlines departure flight. Okay, so American's going to Richmond and Washington. Bentonville. Let's look at this Chicago. Well, that's a 757. We're kind of a bigger airplane. Here's an E170 to Indianapolis. That's probably a good size. They're departing out of gate 29. So departing out of gate 29. That's probably pretty good. IQB is back. Well, what's on the in-flight menu? Oh, just the usual Spy Tea. All right, so that looks good. Now let's go CYYZ, Pearson, and we'll look at arrivals there. And we'll see if American comes in here. Yeah, American comes in from Philadelphia and Miami. And they're going to go to gate Bravo 8. So we've already know what gates they're going to do. So one of the things that we need to look at is so there is something called We Love VFR Fireworks. This is something that you probably ought to try and pick up before Saturday. I'm going to put a link into chat for you. I've already got this. This is something for you to download. Just leave it in your community folder. It doesn't take much room. And what it does is it puts fireworks into Microsoft Flight Simulator when there's a holiday. So on the 4th of July, you're only going to see fireworks in the U.S. Around the world, you'll see fireworks everywhere. And every night at 9 p.m., you'll see fireworks over Disney World, and Disneyland. Hi, Emvries, welcome back to you. And this is so every day at Disney World and Disneyland in Florida and California. So like January 26th, Australia Day. Okay. Look at this. On the 16th of May, my wife's birthday somewhere in Poland. That's the developer. That's kind of cool. July 14th is Bastille Day in France. Swiss National Day is the 1st of August. This is already in there. So this is a really good little thing to just pop into your sim. And it just sort of pops in there, and it's just super duper nice. Like there's Paris. There is Brazil. That's, I believe, London. That's the I. So there you go. There's San Francisco. Really, really nice thing to have in your sim. Okay? So I just popped that one in there, and that's something for you to go and snag for sure. And we're almost to we're at our final cruising altitude, 35,000 feet. Oh, Dreams, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming in. You could also do Philly to YYZ. Will they replace the 7? Well, they're going to have to eventually. I mean, that's eventually something that's going to happen. Is, Boeing's going to have to replace that. It's just too old. They can't hang bigger engines and stretch it any more than they already can. Dad, game time, if it does, I'm sure it does. But yeah, if you want to watch the VOD on either Twitch or YouTube, anything like that, if it's nice background noise for you, then please, and thank you for telling me you're doing that. I appreciate it. I'd like to be able to grow this a little bit more so that I could, afford to start traveling again or some other things at some point. So Dad, game time, every little bit helps, and thank you. All right, there's our final cruising altitude. You do need to go and put it into cruise mode once you settle in there. And you'll see there the engine's kind of bumped down just a little bit, not much. Yeah, Malty, I kind of think that's probably good. It will probably get the 797. Remember, they're having a hard time right now. You know, they're losing some orders internationally. I think that the politics of the day is probably cutting into their world. So it's hard to be Boeing right now. Well, yeah, yes, you could call it a 757. I don't know. I'm sure that there are really good reasons why. And in fact, I think I've seen a couple of videos about why it is that Boeing decided that we didn't need to keep the 757 going. I always thought that the 757 was newer than the 737 airframe. You could hang bigger engines on it. You could stretch it more. You could do more. See, the 737's got these little baby landing gear, okay? And you can't stretch the landing gear to move the plane up to be able to hang a bigger high bypass engine, the CFM engines, on the wing. That's why they had to shove the engine so far forward, which changed the weight and balance, which is why we had to have, you know, the little device in there that helped with the weight and balance on the engines because they were so far forward, and led to all of the MAX trouble when it first came out. So, I mean, it's been a hard road for them, and they were making decisions based on their, you know, we want to keep our investors happy, and sadly that meant cutting a lot of the wrong things and making the incredibly dumb decisions that they made. And I don't like saying about that, things like that, because, hey, I'm a bit of a Boeing fanboy. I mean, come on, it's Boeing. But those were not good decisions. Well, Navion, it will have to be a clean sheet design. You really can't, I don't think that you can throw bigger engines and stretch the 737. There's just only so much you can do with what, a 50-year-old airframe? And let's face it, a lot of that hasn't changed. Like, look at the upper panel. The upper panel on that airplane hasn't changed much. All right, 35,000 feet. Oh, top of descent's coming up here. Got to keep an eye out for top of descent. I think it says we're going to get to Uper first, and then after Uper, there's top of descent right there. Well, they'll have to do some updating too, but keep in mind, the A320 sits off the ground a lot higher. And to be fair, the engineers back in the day, when they were designing the 737, they wanted the airplane to sit lower to the ground so that the ground crews, which didn't have all the really great loaders that we have today, could load the airplane a little easier. So that's why it sits closer to the ground, so that they can put stuff in the baggage areas and stuff. So, you know, I don't want to beat up on them too much. Now, the modern day executives there and the decisions that are being made, I'll beat up on them a lot. You know. Well, true. The airlines see a big part of that. I had mentioned the upper panel. The upper panel on the 737, if you look, hasn't changed much. In fact, there's a lot of parts of the 737 that didn't change because airlines didn't want to have to retrain pilots on a 737 with a new upper panel and new this and new that. I mean, you know, that's what led to some of the problems initially with the MAX. They wanted to keep training costs down. Didn't work out so well for them in the end. So, but yeah, redesigning a whole airplane is a little difficult. And Navion is right. The airlines had a part to play in this too. But fortunately in the sim world, we've got our cool little pixel planes. They all work great, and we get to go to all sorts of cool places. Let's see, our initial descent. Okay, we just left Albuquerque Center. I think we just crossed the line into Denver Center. And Denver Center has gone offline. So there's no Denver Center. So 123.0 is CTAF for Telluride. 123.0. Hi, Erither. Welcome back in. .0. Over here on the main page, go to METAR and refresh. So Telluride winds right now aren't too terribly bad. 230 at 12 knots, pretty good. Altimeter is 3033. We can preset this 3033. Ooh, pretty high, strong high pressure. Should be a beautiful landing. 3033. That all looks good. On the arrival, we're not actually doing a star. So we're coming over to the localizer. And at Cones VOR, 12,000 feet to hold low, so let's let it do an initial descent to 12,000 feet. I'm going to dial that in and just leave it there for a little bit. Well, there has been a lot of that multi. You know, they've lost some business because of all that to Airbus, and they're losing some military contracts in, you know, from the European Union because of the politics of the day. So still we're at standard altimeter. And we're 80 miles from top of descent. Everything else is looking good. Not much room to see between the wing and the engine here back in the back. Get a little bit of a thing down here, and that's it. You get a whole lot of wing and a whole lot of engine. Now you can still see that. You can see the spinner over here, though. That's pretty cool. Erither, it's been a really solid airplane. I mean, within the first few days of it coming out, we were all confident enough to take it into Frankfurt Friday, and we were confident enough to take it into Vectors to Copenhagen, and Friday night ops, Saturday night ops. I think just right out of the gate, this airplane is just totally perfect. Plus, we can use it for vintage flights. We can have vintage flights in here, and that's really great too. So that's really neat. Again, this has really leapt to the top of a lot of people's lists for flying. JSG Droid is using the landing performance calculator. 9,010 feet exceeds the aircraft maximum landing elevation. Oh, really? Are we not supposed to land here? Oh my gosh, the spies are causing trouble again. Import aircraft, import sim brief, import weather. Let's see what we got here. So KTEX, runway slope, braking action, landing flaps, I was like 25, auto brakes, I'm gonna go medium. And so let's see what JSG Droid found. Dry, anti-skid is operating, and calculate. Landing not permitted. Airport elevation exceeds the 8,000 foot limit. Well, we're just gonna be really bad pilots and give it a try, right? What could possibly go wrong? No fear or no sense. You decide. Which is why they didn't take this on this particular route. But we all have sim pilot nerves of steel, right? That's right. Spies have to be able to go anywhere, land anywhere, take off from anywhere. All while, you know, destroying maximum amounts of property and damage and stuff. Yeah, I think maybe I'm going to need to change my flaps over to, you know, full auto brakes, high auto brakes. Still says landing not permitted. So takeoff and approach, VAP at flaps 42 is 122 knots. No problem. We should be fine. 45 miles to top of descent. We've already got this set, so we'll just start our descent when we get there. I figured you like this better than Des Moines to Sky Harbor. They use this on some longer routes to smaller airports to get people into the hubs. There were several flights that they did use this according to Flight Sim Dispatch. So let's see the aircraft. First of all, AWE, America West Express.
New recruit detected.
And the airplane
Welcome
would be
aboard,
the
Agent.
Fokker.
Stay sharp.
The 70 and 100, and then refresh the table. B-Boy Gamer just hit follow. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. So our choices were Des Moines to Vegas, Des Moines to Phoenix, Spokane to Phoenix, and reverse. Those were the three. So they were going from Phoenix to Des Moines, Vegas, and Spokane. That's what they flew this on. I figured Telluride would be more fun. Malty says it makes a lot of money, but we'll never see new manufacturers of commercial aircraft have died, but there have never. Well, it's so incredibly hard to compete, right? I mean, that's why all the small aircraft manufacturers around Europe decided that they needed to merge together to become Airbus, right? So it's really gotten kind of hard for all of that to work out. It's become very competitive. You know, it's not like the old days of Mr. Boeing working in that red barn. You know, let's design an airplane. Bring in the map a little quick here. So there's top of descent for 30 miles. Nothing to worry about down here. We've already got the ILS loaded in. I would much rather, though, get all of these things loaded in now rather than later, especially on a big VAT sim day. Especially in a big VAT sim day. Let's see. We can also use flight sim dispatch to come over here, and we can go to the airline GMI, which is Germania, and we can come over here to our F100, and then we can go basically Germania, and what we could do is we could go to airlines and put in EDDF for Frankfurt, and we can go and refresh and look at all of the so they did Tegel to Frankfurt in the F100. Okay, well, that was about it. I thought GMI was Germania, and that would have been Air Berlin. Well, Tegel to Frankfurt's probably not going to cut it, so we're not going to be that historic. I did do a flight over on YouTube, I did a cold and dark flight, and we did go into Tegel. There is a scenery that you can get for Tegel, and it works pretty good. We can go and see what's going to happen tomorrow. So, what do we have? Riga, Bucharest, Novosibirsk. Denver wants to talk to us. 127650. Oh, they're back. 127650. Captain Chris is predicting minus 441. Boy, that's nice. $127,650. Blue says it is also, see, that's the thing. I mean, right now, all of the consolidation in the industry, in all industries, I mean, my former industry has consolidated itself almost completely out of business.
60 Kilo Mike,
But the consolidation is great for stockholders and sucky for everything else. Denver Center, hi there. Cactus 441 is an F70. We are about 15 miles from top of descent at flight level 350 with the latest Telluride weather.
Cactus 441, descent of pilot's discretion, 14,000. You have a pressure request and Telluride to...
Right now, it's probably going to be visual, but we've got the localizer for runway 9 loaded in for Cactus 441.
Cactus 441, you expect the visual correction, let me know if you need to.
Expecting the visual for runway 9 into Telluride. Thanks for Cactus 441. Let's start our descent. Captain Chris, thank you for predicting.
November 724.
Irby is entered a prediction of minus 101. Oh, wow, that's nice.
And I take our contract, check your trans line, listen, shut up. Flight check 89 Denver Center, if you hear this transmission, contact me immediately, 127.65, Denver Center on guard.
Denver Center, flight check 89, check it in, 900,000.
All right, it is upset
Flight
about
89,
something.
welcome back, 900,000. Radar contact, say, what's your next approach request?
We're going in, let's shoot Quest full procedure, island for 355.
Alright, flight check 89, you ready to start that?
Let's see what just happened. THX 1138 D2 followed. Thank you for the follow.
Final flight check 89.
Have you ever tried a flight into Lucknow? It does look dangerous. It is very upset about me at me for some reason.
Number 74 Alpha Tango, check the transponder. You need the squawk mode, Charlie.
724 Alpha Tango, say again.
Denver, hello from Cactus 1959. We're level at 350.
Hi, November 724 Alpha Tango, check your transponder. You need to be squawking.
Rat Hole is back. Yeah, just tried to go with the beat of our cool island music here. Next flight for us is LaGuardia to Toronto. We'll be taking this airplane's big brother, and they did actually fly the F100 on the route that we're about ready to fly.
My apologies, Cactus 1959. We had our headphones off. We were back on at 350.
No worries, Cactus 1959. Welcome back.
No worries.
Radar contact. You looking for visual approach or something else?
We're hoping for the localized route of 09 for Cactus 1959.
You do. Okay.
This is November 724 Alpha Tango. Are you able to read my identifier?
Number 724 Alpha Tango, got you now. Runway 34 left line, wait.
Down 230 on the ground end for perfection to the Pittsburgh.
Airplane slowed way down.
Parking.
Okay.
Being a little bratty right now.
1816, runway 8, cleared for takeoff to the wind 0012.
Set takeoff for my front flight 1816. Good job.
Say again for November 724
or 74.
JSG Droid is going to try the FPV descent on approach.
Flight check 89. I'm sorry, I lost track of you there. Turn left turn, 080.
00 to the left, flight check 89.
That is short for flight path vector.
Delta 2230, taxi via Foxtrot, Charlie November.
Alright, Foxtrot and then join November.
Foxtrot and then Charlie November.
Okay, Foxtrot, Charlie November. 2030, gotcha.
I was just going to be visual and
Arnett to Breckham, runway 34 left, clear for takeoff. The wind 080.
Just be visual on that. But I can't wait to hear how that works for you. I haven't tried that in this airplane. We're right on our descent path.
In November 724 Alpha Tango,
we'll see.
Confirm Arnett to Breckham. It's going to be your first fix.
36 miles to the Cones VOR, so we're doing pretty good, I guess. Still got looks like a little bit of snow on some of the mountain tops out here.
You're going to climb via the SID. Do you have, okay, November 724 Alpha Tango, cancel takeoff clearance. Do you have the...
JSG Droid says the chart says a 3.72 descent.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, but my...
Low vid, JSG Droid is looking here.
My climbing altitude...
Maybe you're looking at a different... this 362 angle.
Takeoff altitude.
Flight Director FPV and set your vertical speed to 3.7. So it would be 3.62. You toggle the Flight Director FPV.
As near as possible.
So that's this guy over here.
Stand by Flight Check 89, left 020, join localizer.
Minus 3.6. You mean you don't just look for the runway and dive for it?
Expected diversion to Grand Junction Airport.
Seatbelts.
Expected alternate Grand Junction, and can we
JSG Droid's going to tell us how it goes.
Number 602, the Mike 7 pilots discretion 18000.
Roger, 18000 at discretion on the 60 km.
Number 724 Alpha Tango, exit right on Delta 2 and southbound Delta Hold Short Whiskey Alpha. Flight check 89, 2 miles from the Selby. Maintain 8,000 till you are established on the localizer, cleared the ILS runway 35 left approach.
Alright, stay 8,000 till established, cleared the ILS 35 left, flight check 89. Denver, hello, Texas 1959, we are requesting descent clearance.
That's 1959 descent positive discretion 18,000.
What was descent? Positive discretion 18,000.
R60 Kilo Mike, flight heading 160.
Heading 180, confirm number 60, Mike.
160.
160.
Flight check 89, I might have missed that readback. Cleared ILS runway 35 left.
Okay, so far so good.
Flight check 89, Denver Center.
LaGuardia to Toronto
Flight check 89,
in the
you're cleared ILS runway
100.
5 left approach.
Cleared ILS, runway 35 left, flight check 89.
November 724 Alpha Tango, exit the runway to the right on Delta 2. Southbound Delta.
Remember, if you're using the localizer, to be sure and hit the approach VOR button to turn it on. It's like hitting the LS button in the LS button in the Airbus.
Starting at 1870 with the weather push off at gate 2 at Eagle.
You're going to have to wait a moment or two. Frontier Flight 1816, radar contact altitude passing.
Altitude passing.
Version 1 left half of flight 1860.
Frontier Flight 1860, climbing maintain flight level 360 direct Staker.
Let's do altimeters.
Flight check 89, runway 35 left.
3033, altimeters checked and set. A little bit sooner, that's okay.
That was 3740, Denver altimeter 3001, expect the visual approach runway 34 right.
ATC's working a big area, lots of airplanes doing great.
That was 3740, Denver Center. R60 Kilo Mike, cleared to the Grand Junction Airport from present position, direct to Junction VOR. Direct, maintain flight level 180, the rest of your clearance remains unchanged.
Roger, so clear the Grand Junction VOR, and maintaining level 180, number 60 kilometers.
I think we're set up about as good as we can be. Okay, everything's good up here. Nothing else to worry about up there. This is all looking good. We're ready to go. Hi, Jimmy boy. Thanks for coming in. Coming into Telluride. Great place to go back in the day at Telluride was the T-Ride Club, the T-Ride Country Club. Wasn't exactly, it's just what they called the food place. It was upstairs off of Main Street on the town side.
You have a good one.
And you would go upstairs, and then you would make a 90-degree right turn, and there was this long corridor that you walked down. And at the end, there were these old-fashioned white meat counters in there. And those old-fashioned white meat counters
1870 runway 25, actually Alpha.
would just have raw meat in them. You know, cuts of steak and everything like that.
November 724 Alpha
No, it's
Tango.
either on or off Pratt PT in this airplane. It's only on or only off.
What to climb.
So, what you would do
until Breckham, and then after that,
is you would go.
And then,
oh, God, I mean, I got that.
You know, once you've taken a look at that,
choose a piece of beef. You know, what kind, or chicken or something. And they would put it, they would wrap it up in some paper, put it on a metal platter. And then you could decide what else you might want.
That's the SID that I currently have.
You stepped on each other, say that again?
Oh, I was saying that's the SID that I currently have. I was just, I don't know why this wasn't showing up. My apologies.
Anyway, after you got that and paid for it,
so you are prepared to climb via the SID? Is that correct?
then you would go and walk into the actual restaurant area, and there's this huge areas of grills and all sorts of really great sauces and stuff that you could use. And you basically grilled your own steak. You grilled your own steak.
Hello, from 76 Flight 370.
Who is that checking in?
From 76 Flight 370 on course DC.
This guy's too busy.
Air France 76, number center, welcome. Break Cactus 441. Still at the visual approach?
We can still do the visual, Cactus 441.
Wonderful.
Denver, Singer, Southwest 3740.
I got the runway.
You missed a few. Southwest 3740. Expect the visual approach, runway 34 right.
121, let's call it 125 to land.
Sorry about that. Look the same, 1890,000, and let's expect the ILS. I think the visual runway 34 right. Stop business reporting.
60 Kilo Mike.
We're a little bit high, that's okay.
Niner. Then maintain 10,000.
10,000 and altimeter 1.
More flaps. We're a touch high, but that's okay. Do you see the runway? It's right in front of us.
60 Kilo Mike, able to take the visual approach runway 29er?
And if you look just beyond the runway and off to the right, you can see the ski slopes of Telluride.
60 Kilo Mike.
Flaps are down.
Depart the junction VOR heading 090.
Anyway, at the Telluride Country Club, you would grill your own steaks. You could also grill your own, do your own baked potato. You could put anything on it and then go back to your table and eat. And they would bring everything else to your table, whatever your beverage was or anything else like that. It was really pretty good. I don't know if they still let people grill their own steaks now. You know, they'd probably, cause a problem. Now we're definitely a little high. The road you see off to the right, that's the only road, well, the main road into town. It's 2-lane and the big old cliff nearby. I mean, a really big old cliff nearby. Speed brakes out a little high.
24 Alpha Tango, need you to start that turn over the weapon. That was 3740, maintain 8,000. Turn left heading 080, metric final.
Little bit of a breeze from the left. Remember, it's gusty here today.
Sync rate.
Cabin crew, please take the alignment.
Minimums 50, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse.
And now that we're slowing down, you can really see the ski runs off to the right. They're really nice. And the one on the far left there is called Sea Forever. That was the site of one of my biggest yard sales ever. Welcome to Telluride. They also did a nice job on the terminal here.
On behalf of the entire
I'm still with you. He just landed, and we need further extension.
we wish you a safe onward journey.
I don't hear him.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
I don't hear
agent.
Denver Center.
Loyalty noted.
Maybe it's because we're not supposed to be able to talk to Denver Center on the ground like this.
3033 and 14,000 for Cactus Sanctions, yeah.
I mean, I hear JSG Droid. And then you would park parallel to the... I don't think that you're allowed to have your tail hanging out over that line. That's probably not cool. You probably can't do that. Mike did something nice. Hang on, and somebody did something nice over on YouTube. Come on, airplane. Got to get off that line.
Yeah, please can give us a 360 because we're hoping to get to 10,000 instead of 14,000.
There we go. Does that be on the line? Yeah, good. That way that nobody's going to take our tail off. All right, so all of this looks good.
Right, descending 360.
Parking brakes off.
Cactus 1559. I got that. Okay, yeah, we'll switch over to the visual then, and how about if we descend to 10,000 on the visual? We do, but we're going to still need 360, so it's back to 350.
I'm just putting a note into the tower
Roger that.
controller.
We'll continue to 360 and clear for the visual for Telluride. So back to 2015. We're reporting now.
Let's see. CB Flyer. I think it's the terrain simulation. I think you're right about that. Okay, is the APU available? It is. Cool. APU is available. So we can do engine number 1 and engine number 2. And we come on down here. That goes off there. Up here, we turn off the probe heaters. And we turn off the fuel pumps. And those are really good. We should have turned off the nose light. We're blinding the ground crew. We can turn off the beacon now. Should have done strobes off the runway and seatbelts. If we come down here, we can go to aircraft and chocks. They should send us a ground power unit. They should open the forward passenger door and the cargo doors. And then we could hit start deboarding and it will deboard the airplane for us. I didn't actually say to do the jetway mod. Because the passengers are going to have to use the stairway here. I think it's terrain simulation, but I don't hear anybody at all. I'd say that was pretty good. Now we'll come up here and we'll pop in ground power. And we forgot one of the fuel pumps. And this looks good. So technically we weren't supposed to fly this here. I don't hear Denver Center at all. Yeah, I don't hear a thing here. We're still on. And I don't see them transmitting. 127650, my frequency's still the same. JSG Droid was too high and had to do a 360. AH Mike, thank you for the resub. AH Mike has been here for 31 months. Thank you for a 31-month resub. And very nice jet fuel and flight plan. And somebody I think did became a subscriber on YouTube just a second ago. Thank you for that. But yeah, I'm not hearing them at all. I wonder how we get our clearance out of here. If it's going to be like this. Pratt PT says to hydrate. So while we're waiting, you can see the ski area over there. I don't know if we'll actually make it over there or not. We have a ways to go from the terminal. There's a pretty steep road that you kind of come up on here in the town side to get down. So the town side is over here in the canyon. And that's where you'll find the famous Telluride Run the Plunge. The village side is where all the people with the money are going right now, or have been going for quite a while. Sea Forever is going to be the runs that you see on the left side of this. They also, when I was going there, they had these huge parking areas south of town, and that's where everybody that was going to work there for the season,
we're now inbound.
they would actually come and park their cars, and they were buried in snow for the season. There was also so you can see the left-hand run there. That's the one. It's a blue run. Up here are some double black diamonds that are really scary. Some of those over there. The famous plunge is going to be over on this side of the mountain. And I think that's probably it right there. And it is a very famous run. People got really upset because back in the late 80s, early 90s, this was a bump run. This was all about really, really big bumps that you were gonna bounce off of. And they shaved half of the plunge so that everybody who really wasn't able to handle moguls could actually do that. And then there's the town side. There's a number of chairlifts in here that'll take you up from the town side. When you wake up in the morning, you want to go to Baked in Telluride, if they're still there, and you want to go over to Baked in Telluride. That's where you want to get your morning orange juice and cinnamon rolls. They were huge, monster cinnamon rolls. Perfect breakfast. And again, my tour is basically the early 90s. That's how long it's been. I never heard back from Denver Center. But I'm not sure how it is that we would get a clearance on this one. And there's the airport, and I'm guessing JSG Droid's got to be coming in on this one too. Then we'll get ready. I'm killing a little bit of time. We're a bit early for, JSG Droid crashed? Oh no, what happened? Did the sim crash, or was there a pilot problem? Probably not enough taco soup in your cockpit, I'm guessing. Probably that was it, right? But anyhow, this is a cool little area to go to. I went there when I was working in my first, really one of my first jobs in Grand Junction. Sorry to hear that you crashed, JSG Droid. Error between the chair and the yoke. I gotcha. Did you hear anything from Center? Because I didn't hear a thing from them. Well, there's our cool little F70. And they're all unloaded. Let's get ready to go for, to Toronto. So we'll get off VATSIM. And let's pull out here and main menu and LaGuardia. So this was actually a real American Airlines Fokker route back in the day. Yeah, I was waiting for a clearance and I stopped hearing from him. And I didn't know if he got busy or he had disconnected or something like that. So it was really weird. You'll have to message ATC through chat. Let him know you can't hear due to terrain, and you'll have to extend his frequency or give you a clearance through chat or something. Okay, so we're going up to Toronto. We're departing out of LaGuardia. So what we ought to do now is get runways. We can get LaGuardia from Digitalatus. Thanks, CB Flyer. They're going to have to do something, right? So KLGA, LaGuardia, ILS runway 22 en route, landing runway 22, departing runway 13. So departure is runway 13. Now we can't do Digitalatus via for Canada, but we can come up here and we can come over here and do CYYZ, go to Pearson and look at the map and it'll show us there. So what's going on at Pearson? It looks like they're landing. Here is an Air Canada. I bet you're coming in. It looks like 24 left for landing. Yeah, it looks like 24 left. 24 left in the real world. Yep, 24 left. So that's what we've got for runways, and we've already got gates that we can use too. So when you request the localizer, he wouldn't let me go down below 14,000. Then when I turned for final, I was too high. So I had to go to visual. I did a 360, avoided a mountain, and ended up too fast. Forced the landing, didn't want to go around, bounced 3 times, and ended downside of the mountain at the end of the runway. Telluride is tricky. And the other thing is you also get some gusty winds in there in the mountain areas, and that causes you trouble too. That causes you trouble too. So that one was a little difficult. Okay, LaGuardia. Hi, LaGuardia. All right, so we're taking the F100 and let's go start sim. Sorry that happened though. I know you put some work into that, and I also was curious to hear how your landing was going to go, because on that landing, JSG Droid was trying out the flight path vector for the descent, and I wanted to hear how that went. Okay, there's Microsoft Flight Simulator. Let's do a flight, new flight. So this is going to be an AAL, and American Airlines flew the Fokker 100s all over the place. KLGA. I remember there was a flight a long time ago into Chicago, and I just saw a huge lineup of F100s at one concourse. That's all they were. That was before I knew what they were. You got task saturated, so you never got to do. That's not fun. Okay, we're gonna do American Airlines. Map's not working. Uh-oh. There was an altitude restriction on the localizer approach. I thought it was 12,000 maybe. Did I get that wrong? I probably did. It is easy to get tasks saturated with this. Okay, fuel planning. Canadian ATC is pretty efficient. 15 minutes of extra fuel. It's about all we need. Runway 13 for departure. 24 left for the arrival. And find that route. That looks good. It's going to be an American flight, so pounds, and generate the flight. Okay, that looks good. Definitely grab a PDF for your flight plan. You can get to it. It's just not a real direct, you know, it's not like one button like in the Phoenix. Ooh, taking a while to get the PDF file. All right, LaGuardia to Pearson. Let's save it. Current plan saved. And we need to come over here, and I'm going to give you a copy of that in chat on both Twitch and YouTube. And that's now in there. We are in the F100 instead of the Max. And this is going to be KLGA LaGuardia. And I'll update the title on Twitch. Pick a 5-string. It was 14,000 feet until established at 12,000 on the localizer. And also it was only a localizer approach too. So it was not, it wasn't a, it didn't have a glide slope. It did not have a glide slope. Okay, we're going to go at 34,000 feet up to Toronto. Gailing, that means be ready for the LaGuardia 8 or whatever departure it is. We're filed. So that looks good. And it kind of pops us out there every now and then. VAT sim radar. Okay, so a real American Airlines flight is departing out of gate 29. Gate 29. There's gate 29 right there. So that must be American land at LaGuardia. We're already pre-filed on VATSIM. We don't need those pages anymore. And that looks great. Let's go get the flight plan. So let's see, 34,000 feet, 12,500 pounds of fuel. It's going to be a 395-mile flight. There is our route. So it's Gale. Oh, we actually are going in on an airway. We don't usually get an airway, do we? We're going to have 84 passengers. It should be an hour and 40 minutes gate to gate. So let's see, 29 and Bravo 8. 29 and Bravo 8 for our gates. And we've already got the runways, so we can clear this information for other information. That's good. We don't have a squawk yet. And let's go ahead and move this Fokker 100 thing up here and put that over there. So it's just out there. Haven't figured out a flight for Frankfurt Friday yet. Last time I think we came in from Manchester. I think we did a Manchester flight. We don't need the flight management computer, and I think everything else is just fine. Almost done loading. Oh, wait a minute, you're right. Oh, Dreams, that was Manchester to Copenhagen. Probably, wait a minute, it was Dusseldorf, I think. So the other one would be that we know we can almost always count on Dusseldorf and Nuremberg to both be up and running for Frankfurt Friday. Sometimes, let's see, Oslo is nice, Bergen is nice. Sometimes they're there too. All right, we need the Just Flight F100 this time. There's the F100, and we're not going to fly as Air Berlin. All right, this is sliding door and a cargo door. I don't remember which one we've got. Integral air stairs small. Let's just look at the app and it'll tell us. Oh, Dreams is right. That was the Manchester to Copenhagen flight. So what we're doing is we're looking for the American Airlines. There it is right there. It's a sliding door with large cargo doors. Sliding door with large cargo doors. Sliding door, large cargo. But that's only got the Air Berlin on there. Sliding door, large cargo. Select this one. And then we can go and hit livery and find all the other liveries. Okay. Well, that's not good. I haven't got any liveries there. So sliding door. I'm not 100% sure. Well, that's it over there. All right, integral air stairs. We don't want any of those because American has sliding doors. Sliding door, large cargo. That's Air Berlin. And that's not going to give us liveries. It's not showing a lot of liveries. Click the variant and go back to the liveries. So there's a variant there. Let's see what we have here. Okay, there's nothing there. Yeah, now that's TAM. We don't want that one. We only want... So this is the one that we want because that's just going to give us Air Berlin, right? That's just going to give us Air Berlin. Let's see. Maybe this is where the other ones are stacked up. There's the liveries. There's no other livery in there. And then there's the large sliding door there. It's not loading our liveries. It's being weird. So let's click livery. That's the one. Sliding door, large cargo. Eric Flight just came in with a raid. Hi, Eric Flight. Welcome aboard. Let's just see if there's anybody else in there. Something's wrong. Yeah, no kidding. Let's see if we got liveries over here. Nope, no liveries, but at least it loaded a livery. Hi, Eric Flight. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Okay, there's that KLM. Let's just see what's over on this one. Eric, thank you. Welcome. Okay, there's that. There's at least a livery on this one, so we're getting some liveries here. All right, so probably aren't going to get... There's that KLM. Eric did the 737-800 for the second time on stream. How did your flight go? Was it a good flight? The 800's a really stable airplane. That's the PMDG. Eric says mission accomplished. It's being really weird right now. Hey, at least it's starting to show the liveries. It's starting to show the liveries now. Let's try and save and go back in. I hope not. I'd rather not do a restart, but... All right, so sliding door, large cargo. Sliding door, large cargo, livery. AZ has got a power outage today. I think you're right, Oh Dreams. Let's go ahead and back out of this. And let's just go and reload. We'll also reload the livery. Let's get the livery pack reloader here. AZ is having a small power outage. I hope you're not in the middle of a big bad heat wave and stuff right now, AZ. Moby wants to update. We'll do that later. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to clear this. And now let's re-download the American Airlines F100. Power came on quick. Oh, okay, good. So let's go and grab that. And if not, after this, we'll just fly the main. Sliding door, large cargo. So that's what it should be. That doesn't look good. It's frozen. Okay, it's loaded. It apparently is in there. Let's try it again. CT, Connecticut Aviation, is on vacation. A 3-day weekend. All right, CT Aviation, what are you going to do on your 3-day weekend? Anything special for food? I mean, we haven't talked about food enough on the Spy Flight today. Eric did Providence to Orlando. That's probably a pretty good route for that. That's a good route for that one. Let's see if we've got any stormy clouds that have developed outside. Looks like just those high, thin clouds. Just those high, thin clouds. Let's do NWS, just see if anything's popping on. 'Tis the season to watch out for thunderstorms. Ooh, actually, a few have popped in. One north of town, one south of town. Doesn't look too big. They're not alerting anything. I don't think it's any reason to panic. But it's a good idea to keep track of those things so that you, in case you don't want to have a, you really don't want to have a lightning spike with your nice new computer and the price of memory and stuff. See, Connecticut Aviation is going to a 4th of July picnic and do flying. Sounds like a great weekend. Martel's going to call it a night. Good night, Martel. Have a really great evening. Thank you for being here as always. Not sure where we're going to depart out of for tomorrow. We were going to look at this before. So tomorrow, Novosibirsk, Friday night in Bucharest, Riga, and then the 4th of July pre-party. That's basically Dulles, BWI, and National. I would think something like that we'd want to probably fly out of. And maybe something like Dulles, because everybody's going to want to go to National. And it starts at 2300 Zulu. I don't see any of the German airports that are usually up for Friday. So I don't see Nuremberg or Dusseldorf. So might be kind of quiet in Europe. Let's see. Bali, Bangkok, tropical getaways. United Arab Emirates overload. About the time that the spy guy is asleep. There's Kiev, SkyMesh, and then there's VATSIM, so that's basically all over the U.S. for the 4th. Sunday, there is early in the morning event at Christchurch. There's an Elite Wings in Sub-Saharan Africa. Poland Sunday. What time does that start? Zulu time. They usually put Zulu time up here. It's the 1st and 3rd Sundays. 1400. It stops at 2000 Zulu, so we could depart on Sunday out of Warsaw and go someplace. And West Coast weekends, then there's Stuttgart Sunday too, which is nice. So Poland to Stuttgart, EPWA to EDDS. how far is that? EPWA, EDDS for Stuttgart. That is a 495-mile flight. That might not be a bad flight on Sunday. I know we've been doing some Greek island hops, but that might be a nice one for sure. Stuttgart is about the same time. Are they wrapping up at 2000 Zulu? I think you're right. It's probably that. They wrap up at 2000 Zulu. So we would depart at 19. It's going to be 495 miles. So even if we get a good ground speed of, like 475, it's about an hour. So we would be coming into Stuttgart a little right at the end. So if we're ready to go in Warsaw, if we were ready to go, and we'll do a Greek island hop next week. So Stuttgart EDDS, we have to be ready to go right at the beginning of the live stream. And then the Warsaw event, Warsaw is EPWA. And I think we've got both of those airports, so that might make a nice one for sure. Yeah, the Polish Airlines, so we got to find an airplane for that. Let's also, while we're waiting for the sim to load, let's just see what flies it. This is kind of how it is. You go and figure out flights. So flight by route, EPWA, Warsaw. That's Chopin Airport. And EDDS, Stuttgart. Search. So it's a lot. It's a lot to ask, but we'll be flying a lot. What are they flying on this route? They're flying E195s and E175s. Well, we might have to find something else. There. Okay, so I popped that one in. Oh, we were also going to do this Skiathos to Samos. Maybe we'll put that off for a week. All right, hopefully we got our liveries ready to go now. So free flight. Yeah, I think a 737 would be good on that. Okay, so Just Flight F170. And it's going to be a sliding door with a large cargo door, so we want that. Do they have the MAX? I don't know, CT Aviation. So we're running into the same thing. There's the Just Flight, but it's not showing any kind of a livery. And we did load the American Airlines livery, but it's being a brat. And the only other one that I've got is this Air Berlin. And I'm not finding the other stuff. So why don't we just fly this livery here? It's just fine. And I'll troubleshoot the American Airlines stuff another day. All right, KLGA, LaGuardia. MG King says that LOT does fly the MAX, so that would be a really good MAX flight. So we'll just plan on that. All right, LaGuardia. It's not showing my liveries. It's not showing the correct liveries. So rather than just sit here and fight with it, we'll just use the default livery and I'll figure it out another day. But the American Airlines livery is not working with this airplane. So we're supposed to go to gate 29. And let's see, is gate 29 still available? It is. Let's start the flight. Blue is going to fly the TriStar. You're going to do the TriStar now? All right, here we go with LaGuardia. There's an Air Canada over there. Probably a really good hopping off point. Our departure runway is runway 16. 13. Okay, so 13 is what we're going to go out on. Blue says it's a good challenge. Loviz went and did the update on the TriStar earlier and said it was a really good update. So it should be a nice flight if you're going to take that big bird. Wonder why the American Airlines livery isn't working with that. Jim is going to take a 737-800 on the Poland flight as you've flown the MAX a lot. So, you're going to do the 800, the NGs? I still think the NGs and PMDG is a really good, solid airplane. It really is a good, solid airplane. I guess I like the MAX's electronic flight bag a little bit more right now. And so that's what's making it kind of fun for me. That's what's making it fun for me. Uh-oh. We're getting hesitant. Screen's locking up a little bit. It must be loading a big heavy sim. This is actually a really nice airport. Okay, you can't open. Well, maybe you can open the. Oh, you can open the door. There's just no stairs here. No stairs here, so nobody better fall out. Let's get in the cockpit. Just making sure all of the views are working. Yeah, the views work fine. Let's get VATSIM going. This airport has really cool information in front of you. All right, this is AAL Flight 441, and this is an F100. Connect. I think we're going to have a late departure. Auto ATC is giving us our a squawk code because there's no ATC. Here comes that jetway. Gotta have a jetway. No Leviosa available here. Ground power's available. Pop on this side. Operational flight plan. LaGuardia to Toronto. Cool. Now then, if ATC were here, there's probably a departure. So parking gates, airport, and SID. Probably would be the LaGuardia 7. So if we had to get a clearance, it would be the LaGuardia 7. So LGA 7. I'm just going to put that in there. LGA 7, and our first waypoint is gravel. It's a gale, not gravel. Whoops, gale. So, Greeky, Merritt, Bays, there's gale. So basically what's going to happen is you're going to get vectors to gale. Sunjammer, are you going to call it a night? Hey, thank you for being here. I hope you and your mom are staying cool. We're cool here. And of course, I will behave. We won't be talking to Sherlock Holmes or anything while you're gone. So total behavior at all times. Ooh, important safety tip. Look over here. So off the runway, there's going to be the Whitestone climb, the Flushing climb, or the Maspeth climb. Oh, we got to figure that out. All right, so takeoff minimums, Coney climb. It doesn't tell you which one. Runway 13. It gives you all the climbs. Maintain 5,000 feet. So 5,000 feet. My guess would be, so Gale is up here. Well, that puts us over the south side of the island. Don't know which one of those we would do. I guess the one that makes the most sense, since it's a north departure, would be the Flushing climb. So heading after takeoff is 050. It says don't exceed 210. Tune up the LaGuardia VOR and track it to 2.5 and make the, yep, I think that's it. So we'll do the Flushing climb. FL Flushing climb. And like Blue just said on the Flushing climb, climate, okay. Flushing climb on a heading of 134 to 2.5 miles from the LaGuardia VOR. Then climbing left turn to a heading of 5050. Maintain 5,000 feet. So that's our good choice there. Perfect. All right, coming into Toronto, it's going to be the Ling 3 arrival. Keep a close eye. They have double names here. They have double names here. JK. All right, so there's Lakes. Where's Ling? Well, first of all, we got to look at stars, not SIDS. Blue Rat reminds us we've got to do FLIGHTDECK. Thank you. There they are. Okay, you see we've got a bunch of Ling arrivals, so we're expecting 2-4 left. So 2-3 and 2-4 left. It's the third one from the top of the Lings. So grab that. Arrivals, we're going to expect the ILS 2-4 left, but also grab the ILS for 2-3 because they're using both runways. Taxi. Airport right there. And then we need to come over here and parking gates. Apron. And they're going to go to Bravo 8. Bravo 8. Wow, they're going to go all the way in here for Terminal 3. That's where American goes. Okay, we're ready to go with that. So, airplane's ready. Let's turn power on. Let's start Elevate X. Thank you for the reminder, Blue Rat. Complete flight. Elevate X. Start tracking. Use SimBrief. And there is our flight track. All right, so let's see here. We need to do external lights, nav and logos. We need to arm the emergency exit lights. We need to lift the dial out and then dial up the APU to start. And we need to turn those on. Cool. We need to turn these up. Because you always turn your CRTs down at night. Otherwise, you start to burn in the screen. And you don't want to burn data into the screen because you're not going to be able to read it once you start burning it in. Those were things that you had to worry about with the old school television cameras. You really had to watch it. You could burn in flashes and stuff, and that would have been it. Okay. All of that looks good. And we can come up to the top. Start those things aligning. In it. Our flight is LaGuardia, KLGA, to CYYZ. And there's our flight, and insert it. And be sure to align your IRS. Because if you don't, you then get to sit and wait an extra 20 minutes at the gate, and that's never fun. I know, I've been there. Let's start loading fuel. Aircraft. Import our numbers. Start refueling. Why don't we also board our passengers at the same time? Let's get the passengers boarded too. We don't want to wait too long. Block fuel. That's going to be on the flight plan page. Block fuel is supposed to be 12.435. So 12.4. I don't think that the airplane is in. Let's put it in pounds. If you don't align your IRS, your taxes will be all wrong. And then you'll have to pay extra, right? And you won't have enough extra for pizza. You won't have enough extra for pizza afterwards, right? Did we get this into pounds? Yes, that's now in pounds. Cool. Let's try it again. 12.4. AZ, I think it's updated. Thank you for reminding me, AZ. Appreciate it. Just got it done. Yep, LaGuardia to YYZ. Zero fuel weight is going to be 77.7. 77.7. These are all preliminary, and they will update eventually. All right, let's see. Over here in beautiful downtown LaGuardia, it is 2991 on the altimeter. 2991. There we go, 2991. That looks good. We have an initial climb clearance of 5,000 feet. There we go. That looks good. And that's going to be fine. We did get a squawk code. Our squawk code from VATSIM is 2737. 2737. Enter. That looks good too. Let's see. Back on the main init page, our flight number is /441. And let's do the flight plan. LaGuardia, our SID is going to be runway 13, lucky 13, right? And we can do Goldman, Nice Things, or Tennis SIDs. But I don't think we want any of those. Yep. We're doing the other one. So it's going to be direct to Gale. Coming into YYZ, we know that real world, they're landing on runway 24 left. We know that we're going to do the Ling 3 arrival. And we pick it up at Woozy and insert and return. Now then, it's this goofy departure that we're doing. The goofy departure means that first of all, we need to have the VOR loaded. So we need 113.1 into the VOR. You don't load it in there. I think you probably use this down here, maybe. I don't know if you use the ILS. VOR DME. Oh, it's here. 113.1. That's not letting me do that. And we can't put it in there. I don't think I can use that. VOR DME. Oh, I bet we have to select it up here, right? No, I don't see where we put it in up there. You're right. Oh, Dreams. I think you're right about that. The tennis RNAV departure would work. It's a bit more straightforward. And if you're really good at playing tennis, your departure would be nothing but net, right? Hey, I'm just trying to show tennis a little bit of love here. There has got to be a way to use your VORs in this airplane. I think O Dreams is right. There's got to be. I'm screwing it up. I just don't know how. There's no radio panel within the flight management computers. There's an ADF. I can't select anything. I'll bet it's turned off somewhere and I don't know where to turn it on. Bottom left says blue. Try the first officer side. No, it's not the gust lock. I don't think it's there. I tried to spin the first officer's side and that didn't work either. All right, constraints, waypoint, airports, traffic. I don't see it up there. That's just arming the approach. I don't want to arm the approach right now. That's weather? Okay, well, one thing we know we need to do on this departure is after 2 miles from the VOR, we need to turn to a heading of 050. So we do know that we can do that. So let's go ahead and set a heading of 050 in there. We're going to need that bugged for us. So 050, that's ready to go. You need to switch your nav display to ARC and ROSE, and then click Approach VOR. Oh, Astrolium. All right, let's do that. So we need to switch our nav display to ARC and ROSE. And it's just turned VOR on, and I'll bet, oh, look at that. Astrolium saves the day. So to use the VOR, you have to switch it up there. Cool. 113.1. 113.1. Now then, the outbound course for the runway, just go ahead and get that one in there. That'll help us out. So the outbound course is going to be 134 degrees. Whoops, way too fast. 134. And now, so that's going to be good there. And that'll work out just fine. Thank you. Astrolium saves the day. Did anybody miss that? So to get the VOR to work, you have to come up here and go from map to ARC or ROSE. And that's going to actually turn the VOR on, and you get to do VOR stuff. All right, I think we're ready to get out of here. I think the airplane's got to be loaded. So, aircraft, we're loaded. Thank you for saving the day. Okay, APU is available. I'm going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Windshield heaters on. We're at LaGuardia, so .ctaf space KLGA. CTAF here is going to be 118.7. So 1187. We're good to go there. We're on the radio there. I think it's time to get out of here. So let's go and jetway is still in place. Passengers are loaded. We can't close the door. We got to get rid of the jetway first. And we can disconnect ground power. And let's see, did that get rid of? There goes the jetway. Bye, jetway. Let's close the forward passenger door. There goes the forward passenger door. Ground power is completely disconnected, so that's a good thing too. Seatbelts can go on with the doors closed. That looks good. And let's have GSX prepare us for pushback and departure.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
And our parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove my chocks, and we've cleared all moorings. And while they're setting up for the pushback, let's do performance. Takeoff, aircraft, sim brief, weather. So it's dry here in LaGuardia. We don't need to change that. We're going to leave flaps to auto. Everything else looks good. Let's calculate. So it's going to be flap 0. Trim is going to be 3.0. Be sure you set that. Export weight. Export speed. Export toga. And actually we're going to flex to 41 degrees. If we look over here, we can see that it did say 41 degrees, so that's good. Takeoff speeds are loaded. Takeoff gross weight is loaded. Block fuel is updated, so all those numbers are good. And our speeds are good to go there. 143 is V2. 143 goes over there. 143. Cool. And let's go ahead and start a little squawking. They're squawking. And I think we're almost time to go. Nobody appears to be behind us. We're going to be nose right facing north. 6A and 6B. Uh-oh. We better choose the right spot. We must choose wisely. 6A or 6B? I'm going to go 6A.
Release parking brakes.
Are we ready to depart? Anybody need to go to the bathroom? Anybody need to go get more Starbucks? No? We can go? External lights are on. Parking brakes are off.
Commencing push. All engines clear.
And away we go. Canada, here we come. Somebody needs to call ahead and tell them to start making Timbits right now. Nobody's in here, so it's just us. And let's hit the starter. Engine 2. Engine 2 starts. There goes the N2 coming up. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and fuel. The fuel selector switch did not work. AZ says we need more barf bags. I don't know. I stopped doing silly jokes. I wonder if my throttles are not set. That's probably why. TCA throttle quadrant. Yeah, see, it wasn't set to PMDG. There we go. PMDG. Okay, we got a good start on that engine. Starting engine number 1.
Set parking brakes.
Engine number 1 is starting. AZ's gonna get a box of 40 Timbits. That's a lot of Timbits. 15 and parking brakes. That's got to be a pretty big box there, AZ.
Unlocking gear.
And there goes the tug. It is. Some years ago I went and you got all that, got that for dinner. And
Right is clear.
2 good starts on our engines. That looks really good. Starter off. APU can go off. Departure altitude. The departure altitude here is probably not much. 21. So 0 is good. 0 is set for our departure altitude. You can't do that anymore. You can't do 40 Timbits anymore. I would imagine not. Let's go ahead and we're going to do the control lock. Control lock is off. And all that looks great. All right, trim for takeoff. And trim is supposed to be up 3.0. Seriously, that sounds like a spaceship from a 1950s sci-fi movie. It really does. Not even an old phone. It's just, that's crazy. And let's do auto throttle. And we're gonna do profile, but not nav, because we need to fly by hand for a while. We've already preset our heading of 050. That's good. AZ would rather get breakfast. Yeah, going to places like that, I think breakfast is always better. I think breakfasts are always better at places like that. LaGuardia traffic, hello from American 441 on F100. At stand 6 Alpha, we're going to be taxiing out via Alpha, Golf Golf, Papa, crossing runway 22 on Papa for runway 13. Maybe we'll stay on Golf. LaGuardia. Maybe we'll stay on Golf. And there goes, taxi lights are on. And that's going to extend that little light out of the middle, out of the nose, and turn it on. Hey, there it is. We can go. Parking brakes are off. Cabin call is good. And look off to the left. I don't see anybody over there. Anybody off to the right? Let's go. So let's do... Let's kind of come around here.
Boarding traffic, good evening, Delta 970 out of 16 Alpha, taxi runway 13 for departure via Alpha, November, Bravo, cross 22. Good morning.
Got a nice American livery over there that worked out. Didn't work out so good for us, though. That was not a professional radio call. No, that was not good at all. That was me being weird. Hey, it's the third flight of the day. You can't help it, right? Yeah, we probably ought to do Golf to go over there. I think Golf would be better. Okay, anybody over there? Nope, nobody over there. How about anybody over there? I don't see anybody over there. And that's good. Let's look for the Golf taxiway. There's Golf right there. So we kind of come around the turn. And actually, going out for, breakfasts and stuff is I don't know, it's a lot more tasty to me. There's Golf right there. So turn around over here. Okay, look over here. Anybody over there? Nope. Anybody over there? Nope. Good. And then there's Golf over here. LaGuardia traffic. American 441 is crossing runway 22 at Golf. LaGuardia. Hey, that was much more professional, wasn't it, CT Aviation? Hi, Angry Wolf. Welcome back. Thanks for coming in. Just getting ready to depart out of LaGuardia. We're going up to Toronto for Toronto Thursday in the F100. And so far, I really haven't effed anything up. I'm going to get Terra turned on now. Because I forget that all the time. Takeoff config check. Takeoff config is good. Landing lights extend. Landing lights are extended. Looks like we got a tree out here and a boat dock. Well, the radio call was, it was just, you know, entertaining. Yeah, there's a boat dock over there. Okay, anybody coming up here? We're not cutting anybody off, I hope. Nope. Good. All right, lift dumpers are not armed. Lift dumpers are armed. Auto brakes to RTO. I bet it's time to go. LaGuardia traffic. American 441's the Fokker F100 taking off on lucky runway 13, departing to the north. LaGuardia. Here we go.
Canada 716.
Strobes. It was a good laugh. Well, that's the cool thing to do.
How many miles you got to go with Air Canada 716?
Says 19 miles.
Roger. LaGuardia traffic, Delta 970 crossing runway 22 on Papa LaGuardia.
Traffic, Air Canada 765, and departing Boston 100, running up to 135. LaGuardia.
LaGuardia traffic, American 441 is going to hold for landing traffic over on 22 right. They're currently less than 10 mile finals. Then we'll take off as soon as they land. LaGuardia.
LaGuardia traffic and Air Canada 716, Delta 970 is clear of runway 22. Landing's all yours. Safe landing, bud.
Okay, let's go make sure that we're not cutting anybody off. So we're all out here on runway 13. We've got an airplane landing on runway 22. And I believe that landing traffic is priority. There's the Air Canada that's landing. The reason they're just doing text calls though. So they're only doing text calls, but you can see they're pretty close. So we're gonna wait for them. As soon as they go across the runway, out we go. And we'll see that airplane coming in out over there. O-Dreams doesn't get busier than VATSIM. It does. It's really pretty cool. There's more traffic. There's also, yeah, well, when we come in on Toronto Thursdays, we'll probably have a fair amount of traffic coming in for sure. Okay, keeping an eye on this other airplane. There they are. Very hard to see, but that's them right there. They're coming on in. Hi, airplane. Hey, it's even an Air Canada airplane, too.
Subscriber confirmed.
John DFW, thank you for a resub. Welcome in, John. John's been here for 43 months. It is happy flying time. And there they go. Landing lights are on. Throttle up. LaGuardia traffic. American 441 is on the roll, taking off runway 13. LaGuardia. Timer. Thrust.
Thrust set.
It wiped out my heading when I hit
80
thrust.
knots.
Checked. So I've had that bugged.
Party traffic on
V1,
970, behind
rotate.
party traffic, hold short at 13. Good morning.
Positive climb. Gear up.
Okay, on the departure. Now, do we have DME? There's 8 miles DME. And we're supposed to make the turn in 2 miles. And the heading was supposed to be... The heading is supposed to be 050
Fine
on the
thrust.
Flushing. 2 miles. Zero 50. There's our turn. Start the turn. And we should have a bug for 050. Whoa, a little too steep. And our initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet.
And LaGuardia traffic is on the 13 LaGuardia.
There's 050.
LaGuardia traffic Delta 970 behind Air Canada, lining up, waiting runway 13 LaGuardia.
All right, little bit of a turn back. There's 050. Okay, that looks pretty good. That's about as good as we're going to get there. Now then, let's go AP. AP has got us heading 050. Now then, that we're done with that part, we need to go back over to the map page, make it a little bit bigger because now we've got to find Gale. I don't see Gale in there anywhere, so let's go to 40 miles. Hey, look at that. Nope, don't see Gale there either. And go to F-plan. Yeah, Gale's first. Where are you, Gale? How about another click here? We should be seeing Gale. Oh, there's our flight plan. There's Gale over there. All right, let's start a turn. How about 320 degrees? Let's see how that works. Yeah, there's Gale way over there. Was there a tail strike with that flare? Very possibly. See, there we are over there. And there's Gale up there. I was a very bad pilot. I did not do a call upon departing the area. How about 330 degrees? There's 5,000 feet. We're supposed to stay there until cleared by ATC. And that looks pretty good. All right, now we're going to go direct to Gale. Direct, Gale, and LNAV. That's going to take us there. Now, we stay at 5,000 feet for landing traffic, right? So out we go. Let's see if we see anybody. Anybody coming in here? I don't see anybody out there. Let's go and do our climb. Continuing the climb, we're going to go to flight level 340.
Running up behind departing Delta runway 13.
340. There we go. .340 and profile. All right. Lift dumpers are off. We never rolled out the flaps, but flaps are up. The auto brakes are off. The landing gear is up. Most of our after takeoff items are done. Let's retract the nose, the taxi light. And I think everybody was able to depart just fine. So 122.8. I was very bad. I didn't call clear of the runway. $406 miles to Toronto. So they've got 406 miles to start cooking up Timbits or poutine, unless you don't cook that. I don't think you cook that. Maybe you cook it on stuff. And our mode is Econ Climb. There's 7,000. And we got great views out the window. That's kind of a better river view there. About 40 miles to Gale or so. Fuel prediction on landing, 7.0. And in our case, we go into panic mode at 4.3. 30 minutes of fuel is 1.9. If they have us do holds or turn 30 degrees to the right, we got plenty of time to do those sorts of things. So all of that looks good. And 10,000 feet, landing lights off and retract. 10,000 foot cabin call. And there's charts going out. Let's see what VATSIM is doing for us, if anything. So Boston was up. Boston's called it a night. They went to bed. They're probably getting ready for the weekend. Toronto's up, so that's looking pretty good. So we're going to probably have to start our own descent. We'll go, I think our flight path takes us over the Finger Lakes here. So, you know, we can give somebody the finger on that one, I guess. Looks like Chicago is wide open. Denver is still up. Memphis has got some activity. Jax is up. LA all the way to Denver. I've noticed that there's LA and Denver are staying up together longer, which is kind of cool. But my guess is everybody here. So Potomac is up right now. So Richmond, Charlottesville, all the Washingtons. So probably not that exciting here. Make that a little bit bigger. Make it a night chart, it's easier. So we're actually skirting the southern part of the Boston ATC. So even if Boston were up, they wouldn't be talking to us right now. Boston's not talking to us. It should have put us into climb mode. It did. Good airplane. And now I'll bet our VORs, since we shifted, changed the dial up there, the VORs are now off. So you only can use the VORs when you turn it to ARC or Rose mode over there. Doing pretty good on the climb right now, almost 2,000 feet per minute. GT Boy has got to do some snoozing right now. GT Boy, thank you for coming by. Welcome in. No, thank you for coming in. Have a great snooze. We'll see you next time. Thank you for being here. Thanks for always coming in and saying hi. Manaphy, does the aircraft have a GPS? I don't know. I don't think so. When I do the alignment stuff, you know, when we come down here and do init, and I don't think init works anymore because we're flying now. Yeah, I don't put in like a GPS position like we do in the Boeing, you know, when we go in and, you know, we put in the airport, we put in the gate, then go get a GPS position and compare that with our gate number to make the determination if. I don't think that it does. $18,000 feet. You can use the standard altimeter on your Airbus Autopilot to put it into standard. So now we're in standard altimeter. Q818 is a GPS airway, so we should have GPS. It's like the original 757, where it had LNAV and VNAV with the FMS, just no GPS. Blue, I kind of think so. You know what? We could probably figure it out. So if we come over here and do, there's the F100 manual. Let's just put in GPS. Enter. All right. There is a terrain awareness and warning system comprises the normal GPWS with an internal GPS. Terrain and airport database. Well, it took us to page 144 before we first learned about GPS. There's an internal GPS. This is the only page right here, Terrain Awareness and Warning System, where it talks about GPS in the whole flight manual. There's 2 references and that's it. So there you go on that one. Now then, we could do, let's look at the flight management computer. There's also an FM, an electronic flight bag manual. Let's just see if it says that here. GPS. Text not found. So my guess is it's probably not like we think of the GPS over in like the Boeing when we load in. But see, it knows where we're at when we do the initialization. That's when we put in our flight. But it doesn't do, we don't tell it our gate number or anything like that. We just tell it the airport. And the airport is the center point. It's not. So when we go to the airport thing, there's a place in here where it says airport. That's the center point. So I've got to figure it needs more information, and maybe we're not telling it more. Blue says it's just more of a fancy INS system in reality. It's just less stupid than something like the SIVA. Oh my gosh, the SIVA. Wait, we're on the Ling 3 arrival, which is an RNAV arrival. So either we have DME, We've got something, man. It's magic. It's magic. It's a swish and a flick. It's magic. Okay, so let's grab this again. Okay, so after power up, those are batteries. I'm just going to look at this next page. Okay, to begin the IRS alignment procedure. So here's where we're starting. So there's the APU, IRS alignment. This is it. Okay. To begin the IRS alignment, head to the IRS mode select panel at the very top. Set both to nav. Okay. The alignment lights will be illuminated. The IRS requires the pilots to enter an initial position of the aircraft. There are several methods on how this can be achieved. It's the FMS method is they're teaching us. Okay, on the FMS, press init. On the init A page, that's the primary parameters of the flight. First, we must enter our from to airports in the scratch pad. So airports IC cows / and then there we go. Route select will company routes. Line select key 6R. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the one at the bottom. The from to fields will now be populated. The airport data reference point is typically located, so probably won't be perfectly accurate for the aircraft's present position. The actual coordinates of the gate may be located on a sign. The coordinates at Newcastle. If the coordinates of the lat long fields differ from the actual gate coordinates, they can be manually adjusted by pressing either line select. Okay, so what we're saying is after we put this in, the from and the to, we would then get our gate position and update the latitude and longitude there. So that's something I'm not doing. I really need to be starting to put in latitude and longitude of the gate and then hit the align button, right? Yeah, and then hit the align button. Once the latitude I'm totally screwing that up. So that's something I've got to do. That being said, so we're slant Z because we have an INS. That being said, we've actually done pretty good on our flights. Seatbelts. As far as navigation, look at the Elevate X. It looks like just you and I are going into YYZ. Well, Elevate X isn't going to have everybody. It isn't going to have everybody set up there. Everybody, well, actually, I haven't got any of that turned on right now. But if we want to see how many people are going to YYZ, you've got to use this map. Yeah, I've only got, I try not to turn a lot of options onto things like Elevate X and all that other stuff because I don't want there to be a whole lot of, I don't want it working too hard. Ooh, AC just popped on. It's getting cooler outside, right? Yeah, it's getting cooler. I need to go and shut off the AC. I need to go do that. Give me 15 seconds. Be right back. Here in Big Sky Country, we don't need the AC on that much. So yeah, in terms of FLIGHTDECK, I don't have it tracking an awful lot except my flight, just so that I'm not making something like FLIGHTDECK work harder, and that's the big reason why. And there's almost 30,000 climbing at 900 feet per minute because we don't climb like a banshee here. So with this airplane, we've now got to start getting gate coordinates. We were departing out of gate 29. So my gate coordinates would have been 40, 46, 5, 73. I would have needed to pop those in there. That's my next thing to start remembering to do, is get gate coordinates in the cute little Fokker. Otherwise, we're not going to know where we are, and that's going to cut down on the efficiency of this thing. There's 30,000 feet. And we got a slight climb rate here. So passengers are not getting headaches or anything, which is good. That way there won't be a need for services of the legal department. Wow, we got a lot more room between the wing and the engine here at the back of the airplane for passengers to see stuff. We'll also need our landing elevation, and our landing elevation in Toronto is higher than LaGuardia, 569, so about 600 feet. And I bet we set that at after we get to the top of the climb. Nothing really to worry about here. Let's see, it's going to be sunset soon, so we probably ought to go over to this panel and turn these up a little bit. So 3 clicks each. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be backlighting for everything on the main panel and up on the upper panel, and that'll make it easier to read. Let's also do a little bit of backlighting, and maybe just 1 click each on the backlighting, because we're not going to need much. We won't see it yet, but if it gets dark, we will start to see it. I'm already getting ADAS for Toronto. Information Golf. Winds are 290 at 13, gusting to 18. 15 miles of visibility. I bet it's all visual approaches. Few clouds here and there. 2996. Primary ILS runway 24 left. As usual, they probably request your approach when you make initial contact with Canada. We are set up for an ILS on the primary runway, so we're in good shape. I'm surprised that we're picking up all of that so early. Looks like we can, on the climb, we can choose either minimum use of fuel or minimum time. That's how we would change our speeds in the climb. Nothing else to worry about. We're expecting 24 left, which is the primary runway. So keeping with get it done as soon as possible, 111.95. Inbound is 237. 237. If you spin them too fast, it really takes off. 237. Cool. That looks good. Minimums are 747. That's probably only for Boeings though. 747. 750 is probably as close as we're going to get. And we're almost at our final cruise. We're at about Mach 0.66. The flight plan said this is not a speed demon of an airplane. And on F plan, got a ways, a couple of waypoints before we hit top of descent. Chances are we'll have to do our own top of descent because there's no ATC nearby. So on the Ling arrival, we're going to pick up Ling at Woozy. So there's Woozy over there. Nothing. Ishton. Ling. At Youth, we're supposed to be between 13,000 and 11,000. And at Bimpo, another one of those great waypoint names, we're supposed to be at 8,210 knots. So assuming nobody tells us to do our descent, we'll do an initial descent down to 8,000 feet and 210 knots. And that should be perfect. And there is flight level 340. And let's come over here and get our landing elevation preset, because I always forget that in this airplane, because it's automatic in so many other airplanes. So 600 feet, that's 1,000. There's 500. That's probably about as good as it's going to get. So landing elevation is set. Well, tomorrow I've got to remember to do, I've got to start remembering to do the gate. We are passing Tom and Jerry Airport. It looks like it says. There is Ithaca, but it says Tom and Jerry. November Kilo 005. I'm going to guess that's probably Tom and Jerry who live next door to each other or something. Oh man, we're burning up the skies right now. Let's go and see what happens when we put it into cruise mode. And on mode, our econ. We'll do econ cruise for about 22 minutes. So it says turbulence speed is 0.65. We really are not going at warp factor 10 here. Big J plays. Good evening. You're blazing past me right now. Blue, you are? Yeah, I'm really not. We're not. Yep, there you are. Fortunately, Blue is at 36,000 feet. And so there's no reason to panic about bumping. We won't be bumping airplanes here. But you're flying a much more modern airplane. Big J got the iFly 737 MAX. Have you taken it on a flight yet, Big J? The electronic flight bag has really cool stuff in it. It really does have neat stuff in there. So I hope you get time to learn that, because it makes the 737 MAX a really cool airplane. They did a good job. Just about to exit New York Center. Here is an airport called Four Seasons. Big J did Dublin to Keflavik. Wow, is that a long flight? And it's a great plane. And now it's time to go to the Blue Lagoon and relax a little bit, right? Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to learn their new EFB, but once you learn it, it's a really nice one. I think it's a really good one. Okay, 8 miles to view. Top of descent is after Kelly. So we just get to cruise a little bit here. Let's see if we can see Blue. There's Blue. Hi, Blue. Going at warp factor 10. Blue, you need to turn off your chemtrails. That it's easy. You don't want to be traceable as a spy. And our almost overhead view. Nothing else to do here. Okay, something clicked. I heard something clicking, but I wasn't clicking anything. Something was clicking in the airplane. Like a switch or something, but I wasn't doing anything. I'm behaving. Being a very good pilot. Let's see, I switched it over to... So the fuel totalizer still remains in kilos. We'll do fuel totalizer, even though I switched the airplane to pounds, this one stays in kilos. Captain Chris, our next flight is tomorrow. Frankfurt, we're not sure. We're thinking that maybe it's vacation time in Germany, so there might not be an awful lot going on. I was looking to see about some other VATSIM events. Oh, we're also going over the Finger Lakes. There's one of the Finger Lakes over there. The long, skinny lakes. The bigger ones are back there. But I was looking over here on the VATSIM events calendar. So for tomorrow, about the time we're flying, we could do a departure out of Riga and go someplace, because it doesn't, it doesn't look like any of the German airports are going to be up. Bucharest, Riga and Bucharest. So we could do LROP to EVRA. Let's see how far that is. LROP to EVRA. So that is 746 miles. That's about an hour and 30 minutes worth of flying time. Even if we had a decent tailwind. Yeah, that's hour 30. Oh, man. I don't know that we really want to do that. Could be we'll kind of be on our own. Uh-oh, Toronto wants to talk to us. 125775. Let's see. Big J, this is a fun airplane. There's still stuff to learn about it, though. Shannon Hale wants to know if we've gone to Mackinac Island. I don't think we've ever been there. Is there a cool airport or route that you like to fly on that one? Tim Dog has been there. Tim Dog's been...
12 Minneapolis offline, no further ATC. You're bound to service terminate, change on route.
In the sim?
Over to 122.8, see you next time.
Toronto Center, very good evening. American 441 is about 12 miles south of Kelly at flight level 340 with Golf.
American 441, Toronto Center, good day, clock it in.
Ident for American 441. Ident.
Toronto Center, Unit 10.
Tim Dog was doing it as a part of a virtual USA Flying Club event.
That is 1094, Toronto Center, good day, clock it in. American 441, you identified flight level 340, runway 24 left, Golf is current, the altimeter 296, when ready to send 11,000.
When ready to send 11,000 for American 441, thanks. It's KMCD.
1094, thanks. You identified flight level 310, 24 left current, Golf, or correction, runway 24 left, Golf is current, the altimeter 296.
There is Mackinac Island.
Yeah, we have Golf, we'll expect Island 24 left, ready to send 11,000.
There it is. I think I remember this. This was a while ago, right?
1661, contact arrival.
Let's see, 11,000 feet when ready, right? 11,000 feet. To Cry is in chat today on 125775. Hi, To Cry. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So Shannon says that it's one airport. It's near the Mackinac Bridge in Michigan. So just looking at the map over here, so there's the bridge you're talking about there. And I see that's Green Bay right there.
Runner 4211.
Is it this little thing right here?
We'll call you back, thanks, 4211.
That's the weather station. And if you wonder where we're looking, there's the Michigan glove, if you're wondering. So there's the glove right there. There's the thumb. And then you come on in here, and we're looking at the real northern tip, where there's also a bridge by here too, right?
495, slow, climb flight level 390.
We'll start our descent in 19 miles, so we'll let the airplane do it. That's the one. What do you usually fly into that airport? Tim Dog, do you remember what you flew into that Mackinac event? Dad Game Time says Yoopers.
247, 12.5 for 15 south.
Thanks to Cry. Welcome in, and thank you for saying hi.
400. Fort Drift, Reverse 247.
I think we're all set for the approaches that they've got listed in the ADAs, so we're good to go there.
Flight level 240.
And we're about ready to descend, so. So 10 miles, we'll let the airplane do its thing. It's armed, so just like a lot of other airplanes, if it's blue, light blue, that means it's armed, so it should do that. Shannon says the airport is at the top of the island and the views are gorgeous. Any single engine or 2-engine private jet would be perfect.
Air Canada 872. No.
Is it all private and GA, or is there a commuter airline that goes in there? Flies like the Beach 1900 or something like that?
6407, Toronto Center, G'day, climb flight level 320.
Twin Otter would be fun. I'm going to put that in for tomorrow. It could be that ahead of the holiday and stuff, there's just not going to be an awful lot of ATC. That might be a fun flight for us to go to. We do have Frankfurt, but that might be fun for us to just go in and do. So I've got Mackinac Island. Maybe we'll fly in there.
2996 when ready to send 1000.
1000.
It's a private airport. You could get a charter to take you in there. So there's pictures of the island right there. Oh, that's a cute little airport. So we'll see what's going on in Germany first, and then maybe try and do that as a second flight tomorrow. Someplace to someplace. And we've started our descent. Airplane's being a good airplane. And we have started our descent. .5 fuel is still good.
Contact arrivals 132.8.
132.8 is next for us. 132.8. Cool.
Descend to WestJet 588, passing 8,800 feet, climbing flight level 230.
WestJet 588, Toronto Center, G'day, climb
It'd be fun if I could get the ATR working to get that in there.
270, WestJet 588.
Air Canada 421, descend 7,000.
Low-vis, it is a happy fucking Friday evening. ExecJet flies Phenoms in there. Low-vis is getting ready to do a big trip. Low-vis, safe travels if I don't talk to you between now and departure time. I hope you're doing good. I could not get my American Airlines liveries to work on the Fokker. So something is fucked up with the American Airlines F100 livery.
Canada 210, contact arrival.
I don't know.
Alright, so over to arrival now,
Tim Dog looked it up in Volanta. You flew the Comanche. Whoa, we haven't been in the Comanche in forever. We really haven't been in there. You flew up the coast, over the bridge, and came back in and landed. Let's see. Altimeter in Toronto is 2996. 2996. Low Viz, you flew the Comanche last night? Really?
And 494, no worries, bucketed.
We just got our first no worries. We just got a no worries. Always get that in Canada. No worries, we're cool.
494, thanks, you're identified flight level 390.
It is low vis. I could not find the livery to save my life.
And, I think I heard JetBlue 990.
So I'll try. I'll fuss with it later tonight and tomorrow morning.
Good evening, JetBlue 990. We are 58 northwest.
Theta. Yep, this is gonna probably be our last hop today.
JetBlue 990, Toronto Center, good day, Sprocket in.
Okay then, 4990.
JetBlue 990, thanks, you're identified flight level 370.
I did finally get the other Air Berlin liveries loaded, but didn't get them set up yet. They came with configuration files if you want the cabin to work, so you got to figure that out. Loviz wants a flightsim.to. Oh, for the American Airlines? I probably just did something wrong, Loviz.
Offline, no further ATC, just found service terminate, change on route.
I would imagine that that's probably what it is.
FedEx 247, Cleveland's offline. Same with you. Your film service terminate, change on route. FedEx 247.
25,000 feet. Seatbelts. And yep, seatbelt light works in these airplanes. There's seatbelts and no smoking. Not a bad looking cabin. Tim Dog, I know I haven't been in. You've been doing the Baron and the Grand Caravan a lot more. See, Connecticut Aviation says we also have a Goodyear blimp. Wonder if it's a lot more flyable than the Zeppelin. I mean, even one day with my scenery turned all the way down, could not get the Zeppelin to do hardly anything. It was so hard on frame rates. The Comanche is a good little airplane. We haven't.
72 Boston's offline, no further ATC.
Man, I don't even think I've been in the. I don't think I've been in it since Flight Sim 2024 came out. But yeah, we could try a GA flight for our second flight and go into Mackinac Island. We have to figure out a good departure airport.
United 1094, contact travels 132.
But we can figure that out. I don't think I lost it. I'll have to look and see. If not, I'll just I can do a twin otter flight, or because you know otters. When all else fails, the otter never lets us down.
Primary 4211, we're about to leave 350 for 1000.
Primary 4211, thank you.
I ought to get a couple more liveries on that though.
1 runway 24 left, hotel is correct. Toronto altimeter 2996, wind ready.
Got to get the otter jokes in.
24 left, 2497. We'll grab hotel. Or sorry, 2496. We'll grab hotel, and we'll be starting down here shortly. Bye.
Okay, nothing else to worry about. Frequencies are set, minimums are set, landing altitude is set, seatbelts just popped on.
Descends 494, descend 8000.
Ooh, we got a lifty coming in.
Yeah, Toronto altimeter 2996.
And then 2699.
And here we are coming in. There's
Center, good
Ishton,
day, push to 25,
Ling.
11, 11,000, climbing 15, 15,000. West at 2507,
Maybe,
front center, good day,
was
climb
that the
level
one?
360. Up to 360, west at 2507, taxi.
Let's do landing. Performance. Landing.
Cafe 820,
Aircraft,
9
sim
Toronto.
brief, weather.
Center, good day, climb flight level 320.
So, we usually like to do auto brakes medium. Says the runway surface is wet. I think it's dry, but I'm not sure.
Yes, sir, I'm trying to hand you the
Landing flaps. I usually do 25. Imported METAR. Yeah, I don't think it's wet there. Nope, doesn't say anything that. I must have clicked it. Okay. Medium, wind, altimeter, and calculate. And looks like we're going to be good there. VAP is going to be 143. I'm going to call it 145 because it's easier to remember. Tim Dog says we should look at departing KPTK. You're talking about our flight tomorrow, Mackinac? KTPK Airport. Okay.
495, Montreal's offline, no further ATC.
Do they have good burgers there? Okay, above 11,000 feet.
American 441, contact rivals 132.8.
132.8 for American 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 132.8.
3637 Toronto, departure, you're identified. Zulu Mike Alpha, turn left heading 300, descend 3000.
Subscriber confirmed.
FNL Aviator did a nice resub, and it's actually a tier 2, so it's two for one. FNL Aviator, thank you. 48 months. That's an awful lot of months. And thank you for the great support. Also, thanks for the great United Airlines emotes on your channel. Yeah, you were there. We're thinking of doing a flight tomorrow from, Tim Dog says Pontiac, Michigan. I've never driven a Pontiac. I have a Nissan. Is that okay?
Loyalty noted.
Pontiac. Got it. Thank you for that. Achilles did a resub for 2 months. Thank you for that. You did the ferry boat. You also bike Mackinac Island.
Flight level 230, Canada 890.
Hang on, I better check in.
230 and heading 120, Canada 890. Air Canada 725, descend 4000.
Oh, they're busy. Thanks, FNL Aviator, for a tier 2. And again, thank you again for the really great FNL Aviator's place to go if you've got a couple of United emotes that you'd like.
Right turn 160, Canada.
United 3637, turn left direct, Dusum on course, climb 15,000.
Left turn direct, Dusum on
I don't
course,
think the
climbing
shout out
15,000.
works. Sorry about that.
Sierra X Lima, Toronto, arrivals. Fly heading 180 and stock to climb 3,000.
Arrivals, good evening from American 441, just past Youth with Information, Gulf.
Air Canada 890, turn right heading 20, turn right 20 degrees.
Right by 20 degrees, Canada 890.
American 441, Toronto arrivals, runway 24 left, altimeter 2996, information hotel is current, descend 8,000.
Descend 8,000. Hotel is now aboard for runway 24 left for American 441.
United 1094, descend 6,000.
6,000, 1094.
On hello, Rouge 2012, 1.8 for 5,000.
Air Canada 210, turn right heading 210, intercept localizer, you're cleared ILS 24 left approach.
Turn 210, intercept localizer, cleared ILS 24 left approach, Air Canada 210.
Rouge 2012, Toronto departures, you're identified 2,500.
Okay, we're all set with everything else, right? Might be it's 2 hours at 120 knots. Tim Dog says maybe that's, so maybe not Pontiac. If you fly into Mackinac Island, you will fly past a famous bridge that's 5 miles long. The island has a grand hotel and the world's largest porch, and they have great fudge. Captain Chris, good night, Captain Chris. Thanks for coming by. 210 knots. Happy landing. See you later, Captain Chris. Thanks for being here.
Charlie Golf Sierra.
Cars are banned on the island, but I guess you had your bicycle, so you got to enjoy that, right? Hotel is now aboard. And 2996.
Rouge 2012, turn left.
Good, we're all set
direct
there.
favor on course.
Well, we'll find something between Pontiac and Mackinac or something like that. We should eat fudge on the big porch. They banned all motor vehicles. The way to get to town is by carriage, taxi, or rental bike.
Zulu Mike Alpha, contact tower.
Hey, if it's the weather's good for riding a bicycle, that would be a lot of fun. All right, flaps 1.
Air Canada 210, speed 170.
Flaps are 1.
TRX, contact tower 118.7.
Lights. 1187 is our next frequency. 1187. Okay, that's good. I would imagine that because of that, when it comes to landing at the airport, when you've got the weather and stuff, it's important to have a good fudge factor with the numbers.
25, turn left heading 330. Sierra X-ray Lima, climb 8,000. 8,000. United 1094, speed 190. 190.
Uh-oh.
American 441, same for you, speed 190.
190 for American 441.
Canada 890, contact center 125.77.
How about some more flaps?
Canada 725.
Loviz says you could bring your golf cart with you, so you could take a golf cart. And I've armed the ILS.
Rouge 2012, climb flight level 230.
Bad Axe. It's got a great name. KBAX. It's called Bad Axe. So that's like that men's soap or something like that. Okay, KBAX. So Bad Axe to Mackinac Island is a second flight tomorrow.
Toronto approach, good evening, Prime Air 4211.
And like me, I will go and check out my. I'm going to go and check out my. You know, GA airplanes first. There are cool rock formations there. FNL Aviator out there. That's right. Your fudge factor is a rule of thumb. Regicide Greg.
United 1094, turn left heading 330.
Okay. We just need to chill, and I better pay attention.
Rouge 2012, contact center 125.77.
Lift uppers.
American 441, descend 4,000.
4,000 now for American 441.
And the 494, Toronto arrivals runway 24 left for the altimeter 2996, information on hotel is current.
Auto brakes medium. Auto brakes are medium.
1094, turn left heading 270, intercept the localizer.
Tom's has a place 8 miles south of the island. It's the first state park in the U.S. and you have to fly the bridge, okay? There was an 80s movie, Somewhere in Time. That was the Christopher Reeves movie.
Toronto departure at that 8 Mike Yankee Super 2000 feet following 5,000.
It had 8 Mike Yankee Super Toronto departures. You're identified. Climb 7,000.
I'm using vertical speed on my descent right now. It's helping out pretty good. And I think everything else is set. Tim Dog says that when we do that flight, the bridge is going to look really good in the sim. So you want something that's good at flying low and slow.
Reach 681 Toronto arrivals runway 24 left. Information hotel current altimeter 2996. Descend 8,000. Left 2996 and 8,000. American 441, turn left heading 270, intercept the localizer, maintain 5,000, 4,000 glide path.
Left turn 270, maintain 4,000 till established, and snag the localizer 24 left for American 441.
10 to 494, turn left heading 150, descend 6,000.
270. Hey Rat says posture check. Now's a good time to do that, isn't it? Flying Eli, good evening to you. Thanks for coming in. And hydrate. I think we could hydrate.
Cat 725, tower 118.7.
Got the tower preloaded.
And Lufthansa 495, you're going to fly through the localizer and intercept you from the south side.
How are we doing on the altitude? There's 4,000. We're good to go there. Oh my gosh, we broke out of the clouds. I can see Toronto.
441, heading 270, intercept the localizer. I think I already gave you clearance 24 left, maintain 4,000 on the glide path.
Maintain 4,000 on the glide path. Cleared for 24 left. And intercept the localizer for American 441.
Lufthansa 494, descend 5,000.
I've got glide slope and localizer. Let's go and hit the land button.
Localizer alive.
That's going to help us out. Tom says we ought to fly out of Traverse City, Michigan. I've got one in there for this other airport, but I'm going to put yours in too. So either Bad Axe or Traverse City. We'll figure that out.
Primary 4211, descend 4,000.
Okay, this looks good. What do we get for landing? We got 145 to land.
Primary 4211, go ahead.
Got to make sure it snags the localizer and also make sure that you've got approach and VOR set. There we go.
1094, contact tower 118.7.
Pyrox is back in chat. I'm the only one on frequency. I'm a little bit scattered today. I don't know. But thanks, Pyrox. Welcome. Thank you for coming into chat today. Thank you for being center. It's always fun to do
494,
Toronto
turn right
Thursdays.
heading 330.
I mean, the ATC in Toronto is so good, Pyrox. FNL Aviator did a flight from Denver to Traverse City.
Block capture.
And make sure it makes the
Speed
turn.
checked, gear down.
You're going down?
21, runway 24 left. Altimeter 2996, information hotels, current descend 8,000.
There we go. That looks good. We are 14-mile finals. Watch the glide slope. Here it comes now. Lights. Everything's good to go here. I'm going to extend the center light. Flight attendant seats for landing. Let's see. Posture check. Hey, Brad says posture check.
Swoop 777, Toronto departures, you're identified, climb 7,000.
And 180, 170 knots until 5-mile finals, probably.
Virgin 1727, turn left direct favor on course.
Tom says there's an airport called Sherry Capital.
United 10, heavy, Toronto arrivals, runway 24 left, altimeter 2996, information hotels, current descend 8,000.
YYZ ground is 121.6.
Reach 681, descend 4,000. 4,000, 681 heavy.
Probably going to get
4211, published speed.
D2 or D4.
The published speed, 210.
There's 10-mile finals.
Lufthansa 494, turn left heading 270, intercept the local
FNL Aviator got to do a 737 MAX on that route. I mean, kind of a little bit of a hazy night tonight here in Toronto.
51, Toronto departure, you're identified.
Little on the hazy side, it looks like.
American 441 at Keurig, contact tower 118.7.
At Keurig, towers 118.7 for American 441. Thanks.
Primary 4211, speed 190.
So in 5 miles, it's tower.
4211.
And that we decided 145 to land.
190, reach 681. Swoop 777, turn left direct Oakville.
Ground is 121.65.
Toronto, vacate right when able across from 24, right? Right when able across 24, ready. Canada 19.
Here we go.
T1 airport contact on arrivals 132.8, minutes 2809, gusting 16, good to take up runway 23 today.
Cleared for takeoff 23, contact.
6-mile finals. Toronto Pearson Tower, very good evening. American 441 overhead Keurig on the ILS runway 24 left.
Canada 441, Toronto Tower today. 80 at 9, gusting 16, traffic vacating through to land runway 24 left.
Clear to land 24 left. We'll watch out for vacating traffic. American 441. Landing lights on. That tells me I've got my clearance to land. Tim Dog, thank you for doing some flight routes.
Right, Charlie,
Sorry I wasn't able to copy them all down yet.
25.
Flaps are 25. And looking good. Amargosa, there's always time to get in-flight meals and your favorite beverages on the Spy Flight.
Speed checked, flap 42.
I didn't really want to do flaps 42, but okay if I have to. I'd really rather not. I float a lot with that, but maybe I guess I should. All right, fine. Let's see, what else do we need to do? I think that's it. It's autopilot off. And the captain's got the airplane. Time to panic. Ooh, I should have waited till I had the better visual on my runway. It is a little bit hazy today in Toronto. I've got a runway. There we go. It must be smoke from the Timbits factory. It's also a little bit gusty today.
$500.
The 810 ground
100 above.
Over the highway. Over the
Minimum.
fence.
Canada
Landing.
810, we're takeoff runway 23.
100.
Over the numbers.
50. 40. 30. 20.
Arrivals
10.
1328 in the air, clear takeoff runway 23, Air Canada 810.
Reverse.
A little hard.
— 60 knots.
American 441, welcome to Toronto, cross runway 24 right on Charlie, contact ground 165, did it.
Contact crossing runway 24 right and right on Charlie, and then it is ground 121.65 for American 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Tower, Lolos, for heavy, let's 2-4 left, final 4 miles.
Blue has back pain. Tim Dog wants to do GA more often. Yeah, we tend to do the bigger VATSIM events and stuff, but yeah. I think tomorrow's GA flight, especially since there's going to be a lot of ATC offline.
Delta 239 Alpha Hotel.
I know that I can count on the Otter to work, so I might stick with the Otter. But Toronto ground, hi there, American 441, just crossed runway 24 right, we're turning on to Charlie.
American 441 ground hello, Charlie, Alpha, and Alpha Tango, good day.
Charlie Alpha and Alpha Tango for American 441, thanks. Charlie Alpha, so there's Chuckles, there's Alpha, and then Alpha Tango, and there's Alpha Tango to our gate. Perfect. The Grand Caravan, I just really haven't done a lot with the Grand Caravan, so that's why it is that I'm, don't include that. I don't have the Baron or the Bonanza. The one that I picked up was the Comanche when it first came out. I really, that one was a good one to pick up for sure. And so that's sort of my go-to GA, but it could be I did lose that when I went to 2024. I'm not sure. Gonna have to look that up. Transponder. Okay, crossing over there. That looks pretty good. And we're looking for Alpha. So I'll just have to look and figure out. I'm not sure. I'll take a look in and see. We'll probably do some sort of an Air Berlin, either into or out of Frankfurt, just to do that, to get us started. That way we can all get on the same page. Yeah, but the Otter is a goofy airplane. It's goofy and fun. Plus I get to do Otter jokes and go orp, 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 make Otter sounds. And this should be Alpha. You've got the day off tomorrow. Hey, enjoy your day off tomorrow, Tim Dog. If you don't get to do that, we'll do more. It is really hazy here. I wonder if it's wildfire smoke. I wonder if it's starting to be wildfire smoke season in Toronto now. Okay, all of our lights are good. Everything looks good there. This is just fine. Our flaps are up. And everything else is just fine on the arrival. So we're going to go to Alpha Tango, and our parking tonight is gate Bravo 8. So So Tim Dog, you've got the day off tomorrow. Have you got anything else planned that might be fun? Any special Tim Dog food that you're going to be getting? I mean, days off, you got to have some sort of a plan like that, right? You're going to need a little bit of throttle here as we go up a bit of a hill, it looks like. An Alpha Tango, and they actually park it down here in this skinny little area. The eastern half of the U.S. is still in a big humidity dome, and so everybody's got a really nasty heat index going on. So that's why it's so hazy, because of high humidity. Let's see, the temperature is 33, the dew point's 21. You're going to do usual Saturday errands? Yeah, that's a good thing to do too. All right, there's Alpha Kilo, Juliet Tango. So third available. And we also have to jog a little bit all. Plus the scenery here is a little bit of a mess. So sometimes there are potholes. I don't know if they fixed it or not. There's these really, remember the deep potholes here on the Alpha Taxiway? I don't see this over here though, so that's good. Okay, AJ, then Alpha Tango. It's busy tonight. There's AJ and then us. You can see a couple of American tails over there, so maybe this is where American land is. Let's see if GSX will let us park at Bravo 8. Gate Bravo 8. No. Okay, so there should be a ground crew waiting for us there. And here is Alpha Tango. In we go here.
On Delta for
Tim Dog says it's 826 there and 88 degrees with 63% humidity.
It's going to be Delta Echo Bravo Delta Echo Bravo to the gate, flying air 4211 Heavy. We'll call you at the gate.
Tab 821 monitor tower 118.
Oh, there's the Sheraton Hotel, obviously, up ahead of us. So here we are coming on in. And here in the Bravo gates, we're going to Bravo 8 around here.
3020, you need to read back your PDC identifier before you push with the delivery controller next time. You can just read it back with me, though. Go ahead.
I didn't get a PDC, I don't think.
Well, so I see a PDC identifier code in your scratch pad. Did you get a voice clearance?
I did get a voice.
Wow, they got some pretty tall. Oh, wow, there's a train over here. There's a little train that just went by.
He told me to contact you on the taxi.
I'm sorry.
It was cooler when you were at church camp last week.
Alpha and Hotel.
23 Alpha Hotel. Oh, all good.
Alpha Bravo 9. So B8 is going to be this one over here. They've got a really cool train over here that I've never seen.
Nope.
Up here.
Oh. Aprons under control.
And there looks like a ground crew waiting for us there. And that says Bravo 8. Yeah, there goes a train nearby too. So here's our gate. And apparently, I mean, these are big, tall jetways, but American used to fly, does fly a route in here. Come on, airplane, don't stop.
So, if I'm stuck on the taxiway, just step by.
No worries, I've got no aircraft.
And we're going to go and do taxi light off so we don't blind the ground crew, because that's rude too.
Exit, please. Can you move up and go into a gate, please?
Yeah, my engines were, I don't know why stuff
No worries.
Another no worries. That's our second no worries tonight. See, the ground crew is hiding behind the pylons here. They're hiding behind the pylons. I guess they're afraid that we're going to run them over. She's a smart ground crew. Us crazy sim pilots, you know, you never know about that. Okay, so we've already got the nose light off. The APU is available. So we can do engine number 1 and engine number 2.
Having cruise, door to manual and cross.
And we come down here and go to standby on the transponder. We do fuel pumps 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we do the probe heaters. Those are off too. And we can do the bacon and seat belts. Come on down here, exit. We can go to aircraft. We need to have chocks. We have to open the passenger door before we can call the jetway. Oh, wait a minute. No, this one doesn't have stairs. This one doesn't have stairs, so we should have called the jetway first. We should have called the jetway first. Can't remember. You know, which of my Fokkers have stairs and which of them have jetways. And it's not too well leveled up here. Yeah, not too well leveled up. So passengers, you're going to need to either take a very big step or you're going to be needing your Harry Potter wand to Leviosa yourself up to the jetway there, because that's a pretty big step. We've got ground power. Let's pop that in and we'll just use the APU for air conditioning in the airplane. Although I bet they have preconditioned air here. Do we get preconditioned air here? Not that I see. So not in this airplane. And then if you want, you can go to this page and start deboarding. And that way, if you want to take this on another flight, you can. Not bad. Let's see if everybody else has made it in. So Toronto, here is Air Canada 1121. They came in from Providence. United, this one came in from San Diego. United 10 came in from San Diego. That's a long flight. That's a really long flight. There is a Rouge flight, but those flights are all departing. So I'm guessing that everybody made it in just fine. And nobody was hurt, and nobody got yelled at by ATC, so that's obviously a plus too, right? If we can make it in and not be yelled at, that's a plus. So tomorrow I'll figure out, I'll take a look and see if there's anything going on around Frankfurt. If not, we'll do something. You know, it might be nice for people that are new on VATSIM, if they're new on VATSIM, to go ahead and go and run a Frankfurt Friday, just because we normally never, you know, Frankfurt Friday is such a big deal for everybody. So we could go and do something along those lines. That might be nice. And then we've got Mackinac Island, so that'll be a good time too. Let's see. Over here, there is that train. So here's the train that we were talking about. The monorail is between the terminals. We've actually never come on the other side here. We've never been on the other side of the terminals here in Frankfurt. Oh, there goes one. And it disappeared into a black hole. So there it kind of goes around here. And then it goes down over here. So they've got actually a pretty interesting rail here. Hey there. Vroom. And I guess it probably goes over to this terminal too. And that's what this does. It just goes between the terminals, right? Any day that we're not yelled at is a very good day. Looks like there's another rail up here too. So it looks like there's interterminal rail and it stops here. But then there's another rail up over here. So my guess is that this is probably takes you into town. These tracks take you into town. And then the rail below, that's what's going to take you into other places. So here's the one from downtown. I'd say that worked out pretty good. Well, welcome to Toronto. I hope you've got something tasty, even if you don't have Timbits where you are. And can't wait to see you tomorrow. If you're a brand new channel member on YouTube, I'll have a video just for you tomorrow morning, every morning that we fly. So that's when I'll try and figure out what we'll fly and what we'll be doing tomorrow. So that's usually first thing in the morning. So look for that then. And I can't wait to see you. In the meantime, Tim Dog, it went really well. It's a 3-day weekend to recover. All right. Let's see. Is there anybody out there that we can go and raid? Let's do a raid. That's on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, it's just going to go to color bars. I did a flight yesterday, so you might, if you'd like a little bit more. That's over there. And let's see. Arch NDA is actually flying right now. Really? Is Arch actually flying? It says Arch is flying. I don't know. Let's just see. Nope. I don't think it. I think that's messed up. That's not Arch flying. I thought Arch NDA was up a little bit late. Let's try it again. That's one of the things that we can do over on Twitch is we can raid people. Let's see. Stu's doing Memphis Center. Fly Conti is doing. Oh, too bad. Polyod isn't here. Fly Conti is doing Jurassic Park flying. Jurassic in Australia. Okay, that's got to be a little bit entertaining, right? Hey, thanks for being here. There was some very generous gift subs today. Thank you for helping me to keep the sub level where it is and growing. I really appreciate the extra support, the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Some nice resubs. Thanks for keeping it going. I realize that's kind of hard because the economies in some areas are really scary. Also, some nice cheers, but mostly, as always, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate getting to spend time with you and flying and just, discovering the world and going cool places together. Thank you for being in the live streaming and flying along. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Our departure time is, of course, normal time, 1800 Zulu, but I better cut it here and stop rambling. Thank you for being here. We will see you soon. Stay healthy. Stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers.